of this new footage we have of the stabbing murder of the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutska, a young white lady who was stabbed to death by a black criminal, by a complete stranger on a train in Charlotte. Now, you might have not seen this footage yet. This is becoming national news, and the left is doing everything they possibly can not to talk about it. The media is very uncomfortable about the story. If you watch this video, this guy was sitting minding his own, she was minding her own business. He was minding her own business. She was also dressed in like baggy clothes, comes up, takes out a knife, stabs her to death. 14 times he was previously arrested. 4 times. 14 times. He comes up and just stabs her to death. Situations like this are a nearly daily occurrence in our cities. And I'm coming back from 2 nations, Japan and South Korea, that are poorer than us, that are not as populous as us, and their cities are not just safer, they are different planetary realities. As if I went to Saturn and we live on Mars. We do not have to live this way. You can create a society and a culture where you can get on a train or a subway and not be Irina Zarutska and get stabbed to death in the neck because some black criminal decides, I'm just going to go do it. 14 times he was previously arrested. And all of the Koch brother-funded liberal criminal justice BS is the reason why guys like him are still on the streets. 14 times. Let's put this back up on screen. And Irina Zarutska, why did she come to America? She was fleeing violence in Ukraine. It turns out it's more dangerous on subways in Charlotte, North Carolina than a war zone in Ukraine. The Associated Press wrote 0 stories about this over the weekend. PBS, New York Times, NPR, Wall Street Journal, BBC, CNN, Washington Post, Reuters, MSNBC, 0 stories. Now they're finally fixing that, but the stories they're writing, like this repulsive headline from Axios this morning, the gruesome attack of the fatal knife attack in Irina Zarutska on a light car rail in Charlotte has MAGA influencers seeking to elevate the issue of violent urban crime. Oh, this is all about MAGA influencers now? Oh, it's not about the fact that a white Ukrainian refugee was murdered just because she was white. Everybody knows that, obviously. Stabbed to death. And by the way, the other sick part, which has now become the new urban way, everyone just kind of sat around and didn't administer first aid for 90 seconds. Just glued to their phones. We don't have to live this way. She survived a war, but couldn't survive progressive criminal justice reform. We should be more like Seoul in Tokyo. The focus of our leaders trying to say, well, we need criminal justice reform. We need more people in jail. We do not have enough people in prison in America. We do not have enough people in jail. We don't have enough people that are arrested on the side of the streets. That is a constant theme of this program. President Trump makes healthcare affordable again. His 2017 executive order expanded access to truly affordable group plans to all Americans. But Democrats and deep staters have done everything in their power to block it. But now there is a free market solution to Obamacare that was created in response to President Trump's executive order, and it's called Ease for Everyone. And Daily Wire culture reporter. Megan, I'm so glad to have you on here. You live in Charlotte, where the killing of Irina Zarutska occurred, who was an incredible person, a Ukrainian refugee, comes to America and was murdered in cold blood for no reason, a senseless killing. If a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice, law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptically huge national story used to impose national sweeping political changes on the whole country. Instead, Megan Basham, no one seems to care when a white woman gets stabbed to her death. Why is that?
Yeah, that was pretty shocking to go, for 2 weeks now, none of our major media outlets have covered her at all, not one word. They finally started to cover her a little bit this morning, but only because of the massive public shaming, because this video was so very shocking. And what I really want to emphasize here, Charlie, is that this is not a dangerous part of town where Zarutska was killed. It's a very lovely, popular part of town, bustling restaurants, trendy restaurants, boutiques. My family and I go there frequently on the weekend. So this was an area where you will see families on the weekend. She's a young woman, 23 years old, refugee getting off work at a pizzeria and gets onto that light rail. So, you know, the initial reaction of our Democrat mayor was appalling. She said that she didn't mention Irina Zarutska at all in her initial statement. Instead, what she called for was compassion for the perpetrator, who she said is suffering from mental illness, just like cancer or heart disease. So we're supposed to have empathy for him as some sort of victim. And she said that we cannot arrest our way to safety, which is, of course, ridiculous. Yes, we can. If we put people behind bars when they're a public threat, we can have safe public streets. But, you know, just to go.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Hamp the Stamp.
You seen that? You heard that? I'm just getting home from the gym. I apologize. I'll try to see if I can get the most information in which I could. You feel me? Salute to everybody who's here. I was looking at that story and I named the stream violence for this very reason, man. We see what's happening, right? And we looking at his take, Charlie Kirk, on the incident of the girl being, you know, stabbed on that train. Now, I don't know if everybody saw it, so I just want to make sure that we got the proper context to what it is that they're even talking about, right? We covered it on Monday. They released more of the footage. I think I have one that we could show on YouTube. So I'm gonna show y'all this, man. Hit the like button. Rainbow Kid, thank you for, you know what I'm saying, you know, sending me the thing, the clip and all that. They was talking about it in the Discord too. Make sure y'all tell them in Discord, come on, let's run it up real quick. So here's the video, right? We covered this, you know, when we talking about violence, right? How do you stop it? How do you quell it? Gun laws, etc. They edify me on the fact that he was talking about mass shootings and such when he got shot, you know. So it's I'm just trying to see what's up. I'm still playing catch up. I'm literally coming from the gym. I've been out, you know, running my business all day. So I'm trying to see what's up. I'm gonna have to drop the links. Y'all can help me edify on this. But I'm looking at violence, man, you know, and the tension that's in the air. Feel me? And so you saw Charlie Kirk talking about this right here. Let me play this video. So violence. So violence, right? You see the dude gets up. Yo, salute. The dude gets up. They see this. The dude in the gray shirt, the woman next to him with the red, they see this. And when we reviewed it on when we reviewed it on Wednesday, when we reviewed it on Monday, I'm thinking that he walked all the way off. You know what I'm saying? He's literally standing in front of her. I thought, you know, on the other one, like he moved to another train car. He stabbed her. Dude sees it. We thought that was a girl. That's a dude. Soft body, right? And we see the woman. They clearing out. Nobody even checked to see what happened, but they know something happened to her. And he's literally standing in front of her. He's standing right in front of her. I thought he had moved from like to a different car. He ain't even try to get away. I was talking to my coach, my boxing coach. He's a ranger, you know. He's seen, you know, combat and things of that nature. And he's like, he hit her in the heart. Right? Just based on the stab wounds and such, as he looked into it, he hit her in the heart, which is why you see her kind of fade away, almost like when your car is running out of gas. You know? Because him and I were just talking about it. And one thing that he highlighted overwhelmingly is the cowardice. Is the cowardice that he saw in this particular video. Yeah, James. And you see her, right? She running out of gas, essentially. And she's still trying to use her phone. She's still trying to use her phone. If you look at her hand right here, you know what I mean? She still look like she's reaching for the phone. It may be reflexes or whatever the case is. And then she passes away here. So when I open up the video, I start playing the what Charlie Kirk thought of the incident. Let me go back to that video real quick. I just want to make sure that you guys have an understanding. There's a lot of violence going on, right? And even if we talk about it's the safest it's ever been, we never had this much insight, or we never was able to see it, right? The news is now national. We can see national news everywhere. A lot of times it was localized based on what was, you know, on our local news. So even if these places were super duper violent, you know, we only saw what we was in that was in proximity, right? So even though murder, death, kill is down, because you can see it and hear about it from every single state, right when it happens, I mean, in our minds, it seems like it's just super duper violent, and we can't say it's not, right? Just with shit like this. You know what I mean? And this gonna have people in an uproar. Let me go back to that video. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So they giving their commentary. Let's listen in.
Who was then Attorney General, his response has also been appalling. So back in 2020, within 2 weeks of George Floyd's murder, he had not only issued public lament. Well, I think at this point we can say it was not a murder, but he issued public lament over George Floyd's death, and instituted a new task force for racial equity in criminal justice system. So he initiated an entire task force for George Floyd's death, but it took him longer to acknowledge Irina Zarutska's death. It took him 2 more days than it did to acknowledge George Floyd, even though this happened in his own state where he is governor. So if you look back at what that task force that he implemented in 2020 did, they specifically called for more lenient pre-release policies, meaning they wanted low bail or no bail for minority offenders. They also called for decriminalizing homelessness and quote unquote public behavior, meaning being a public menace on the streets. So these were the very policies that allowed this perpetrator, DeCarlos Brown, to be on the streets. He did in fact receive pre-trial release back in January on his most recent arrest, because he's been arrested 14 times before, including for grand larceny and breaking and entering and assault with a deadly weapon. And almost every time he has been released and given fines and community service and probation. He has not been behind bars where he belongs. And so these were the direct policies that came out of that racial equity task force.
I have so many questions here. So let me just ask a micro question. Has this been talked a lot about in local communities in Charlotte, North Carolina? Are people understanding the racial element here, that a random black guy murdered a white woman? Is it shocking the community? Walk us through what's happening locally here, because I would imagine it should be.
Yeah, I think it is. You know, one of the things you're hearing is that this was a light rail that we all felt perfectly safe using just a few years ago, and we don't feel that way anymore because of these policies. You are suddenly seeing an increase in homelessness in the Charlotte area. You know, we came here in 2016, and when we first got here, you really didn't see panhandlers, public disturbances on the street. You see that now when you go into our uptown metro areas. And so I think so many people are feeling that. And when you look at the increasing rates of crime in Charlotte, you can trace it back to 2020. So our last homicide high was in 2020 when the Black Lives Matter riots were occurring on our streets. And the second high of homicide rates in Charlotte were now 2024. So we don't have it for 2025 yet, but for 2024, when they were up 25% from the year before, when these racial equity policies started taking effect. So yes, I think people are very much waking up to the fact that, you know, all of these sort of Black Lives Matter, DEI pushed policies are having a direct impact on our safety, because the argument was, for the sake of racial equity, we need to not jail Black offenders. We need to give them fines and probation. And look, Charlie, this guy's mother, Carlos Brown's own mother, tried to get him involuntarily committed. She has said he was not safe to be on the streets, and she actually tried to do something because she knew he was a threat.
So let me ask y'all, what's the overall feeling about this? What's your overall feeling about the shooting and killing of Charlie Kirk? I'm looking at the chat. There's 200 people here. I'm looking at the chat. They talking about the arena stabbing, right? Something buzzing. Hold on. Something buzzing. Check. How I sound? I sound good? How I sound? Good? Check. Let me know. I'm looking at the chat. Oh, buzzing. Better? Did I fix it? Might be. Good now? Check. Check. I want to make sure I'm good before we finish the combo. Still. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Hold on. I just want to fix it if I can. Check. Did I fix it? Damn. Let me see. Did that help anything though? All right, cool. I'll leave the sound effects alone today. Yo, so what y'all think? My bad. I saw ATLian said undeserved. Cheeky said this shit was crazy. Reality said indifference. Reposted because I lost it when I was trying to fix the buzzing. You know what I'm saying? But what's the sentiments? Okay. Check. See if I can fix it. So Sozan said R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. John said evil. I'm looking at it, y'all. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it because I'm just now seeing it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? TBE said he don't care. What were his overall sentiments? Would you guys put a one in the chat if you say Charlie Kirk was a racist? Lee said it's sad that he was assassinated. I'm gonna tell you, there's a feeling for me, right? Just looking at this shit, where you should feel uncomfortable. this is my sentiment. You should feel uncomfortable. If you walking around like shit sweet and like this ain't gonna come to your door, it's not gonna affect you, you might be right. But you should feel uncomfortable. If you out of shape, if you don't got no hammer, right? If you're not prepared for just bullshit, if you don't got your tough exterior on, you know what I'm saying? You don't know what people willing to do. I was looking at this. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Damn, I just had that video. Hold on. So, hold on. This one. Damn, I just had this. So, this one here, right? This dude is talking about it. And so hold on. Let me see what this brother got to say. The reason why I actually have this video up specifically is because it shows it, but it blurs it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even hear his commentary here.
This is devastating breaking news. Popular conservative commentary Charlie Kirk was just assassinated on a college campus. Now, this video is very graphic, but I cut the video short once he gets hit and fall to the ground because there's no need to show you that out of respect for him and his family. But this right here is very heartbreaking. Now, he's popular for his conservative views on pro-life and identity politics and things like that. And regardless if you agree with him or not, this right here is what America is. Having two people with two different viewpoints and being able to have freedom of speech to speak about it. One side cannot exist with the other, and something like this does not need to happen. How can we have a strong nation where you get unalive for basically having a opposing viewpoint of someone else? That's not the foundation of the Constitution. That's not the foundation of America. You cannot have a strong, free nation if you can't have honest discourse about things that you disagree with. And just because someone disagrees with you doesn't mean they no longer deserve to be on this earth. President Donald Trump just confirmed his unaliving. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Charlie Kirk was a conservative that I typically watched on YouTube because I'm always open to get different viewpoints and seeing.
Does he got a point? Should you be killed for your views, your outlook? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that if you sitting comfortable, you silly. If you sitting comfortable, you being willfully obtuse. Which I think. I'm bugging. I'm looking too much into it. I'm thinking too deeply. Like, should we not have an uncomfortable feeling? And it's not like fear. And if it is fear, it's okay. But I'm not playing with nobody because I don't think nobody playing with me. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, right? I know they ain't playing with me. I don't intend to be playing with them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going out here disrespecting nobody, acting tough and all that shit, but I'm not going to be fucking around. Is all I'm saying. Because you don't got time to prepare. You don't got time to make a wrong assumption. I rather assume things are hostile, right? Not do I have to be overt about it, but I need to understand, right? My vigilance need to be at the all-time high. You know what I'm saying? But he got shot because of the things he said, because of his views and his opinion. Is he the same guy that was like, if he sees a black pilot, he would be worried? Is he the same guy? Yeah, it's whatever, man. You're right, bro. I'm like, it's not even about fear. You know, it's just understanding. Okay. So what did they say about the old white dude? What was his motive?
That's right to remain silent. That's right to remain silent. That's right.
Okay, so they let him go. He didn't do it. So they haven't found it. They haven't found it. Okay.
How dare you! 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 You're such a monster!
Okay, so he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Okay. So they got the wrong dude here. Okay. Yeah, if I'm answering questions, even though they're not super, I didn't even allude to anything like this, right? I'm saying that I speak freely about things that I'm passionate about, and I give my opinion, right? Is that enough to off somebody? What do we do with the First Amendment? He got 4 million followers. That's a lot of people. People at a fever pitch, B. And it's always a low level, it's like a humming sound, you know? And then we look at the Carmelo Anthony shit, you see the racial divides, right? Instantly. You don't even have to provoke them. The lady calls the little boy a nigger. She raised $1 million. You see the racial divide. Charlie Kirk had his rhetoric. You see the racial divide. You see people that agree, right? You see people that understand what he's saying based on statistics. You know, the black guy stabs the white girl. You saw his stance on that, right? On the roof. You send me something, Cheek? And I'm gonna drop the link, right? Because I need a little bit of assistance with this, right? People who understand more about Charlie Kirk. I was looking at a couple compilations, but it's not like quick hits. It's like maybe like 4 or 5 minutes, and we can look at it. But what was his stance on trans and LGBTQ? You know, what I'm just trying to figure out what he said that got him killed. What would he have said that somebody should have shot him for? And then us in the chat, y'all make y'all opinions known. Up here, when we do the YouTube, we make our opinions known. When people hit the panels, we make our opinions known. And we get smoked for it. The thing that just wonder. Let me play this, right? Salute to everybody in the chat, man. We got 250 people in the building. Let me see. Yeah. So, and I'm just trying to learn about him, you know? I'm going to drop the link. Would you guys call him a conservative? Because here's what gets me, right? And I'm gonna drop the link. Please come up if you have a good observation with substance, right? Is he a conservative? Here's the thing, right? The guns is coming out versus the conservatives. Okay, thank you, Trey. So look at this, right? Here's the irony. The guns coming out against the conservatives, right? It's almost like I thought the liberals weren't for the guns and all that, but people say it was staged with Trump. He got shot in the ear, whatever. This dude got his head knocked off. It's just ironic to me, you know, in that way. Let me read these supers and I'll play this video. Imperious with the $2 says, today marks the end of niceness. Repeal the 13th. Repeal the 13th. Let's read it. So here's the 13th. Quick AI overview. The 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution was ratified on December 6, 1865. Wow, my birthday is December 6th. And it abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. This amendment was the first time slavery was explicitly mentioned in the Constitution and was a significant outcome of the Civil War. Key provisions and purpose. The amendment primary purpose was to end the institution of chattel slavery in the United States and its territories. prohibition of involuntary servitude. It is also prohibited involuntary servitude, ensuring that no person could be forced into labor against their will. Exception of criminal punishment. The amendment allows for involuntary servitude as punishment for a crime for which a person has been duly convicted. Congressional enforcement power. The amendment grants Congress the power to enforce its provisions through appropriate legislation. So I think this is the Imperius that used to be in the Discord, and I think I seen him on CT's channel. And he says, with $2, today marks the end of white niceness. Today marks the end of white niceness. Today marks the end of white niceness. Repeal the 13th. The thing about Charlie Kirk being a Christian is that we understand that the Crusades were for Christians, right? I've heard this gentleman talk before. He says that he's, I think, a Catholic or a fundamentalist Christian, right? So I don't know if that renders anything moot just based on what we've seen from Christianity, right? But this is great. In TC, right? Okay. But what if you're wrong? Okay. Yeah, maybe so. I heard his voice before, right? Based on the octave, he sounds like he's white. But regardless, right? Today marks the end of white niceness. Repeal the 13th. Don't dismiss nothing. I was just telling y'all. Don't take shit light, though. Don't take shit for granted. He just a joke. He just this. He just trolling. Stop saying that shit. Because if you agree with me, that shit is at a fever pitch. Ain't nothing funny. Ain't nothing funny. If you want to lean on your gangster movies, lean on them. And look how they did Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. Look how they did Joe Pesci and Casino. I know these are movies, but don't listen. Laughed with him, joked with him, shot him, hit his brother with a bat, put him in a hole. So that's all I'm saying. Everything a joke, everything funny till it ain't. You know? Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying. So when I'm looking at this, I'm just like, yo, I hear you, Black Gold. You my man, you know? But I'm just thinking like, yo, I'm just saying I ain't laughing about nothing, you know? Callie with the $5 says, can't stand him, but I'm not celebrating his passing. It messed me up for about 15 minutes. Family building warrior salute with the $5 says, bro, RIP to St. Kirk. Charlie was murked and he will be missed. Art was popping with my G with the $5 salute. This might be risky. What up, chat? What up, my brother? Imperial with the $2. College students had a passionate vitriol for Charlie Kirk. I'm trying to catch up on his rhetoric, so I'm gonna drop the link. Freezy, what's goody, my brother? Salute to my Ock Freezy. Salute to the general with the $5. Says, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Salute, man. He knows been a member for 20 months. Don't put nothing past anybody at this point. It's getting ugly. I'm sorry. I was trying to get the humming out of my microphone, so I turned my sound effects off. So they probably can't hear them that way. You know? Yeah, no, 100%, bro. I understand, man. I'm gonna drop this link. I was about to play something, but I forget. I got stuck on this super chat here. So let me pull this up, right? Maybe y'all can help. Oh, I wanted to play this one. So Captain Cesariak posted this. Rock solid, what up, my boy? So I wonder what I didn't even read his caption. Well, let me see. Let me play this so we can understand.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
One more time.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Now, what we need is the video. All right. But that didn't sound like it was out of context. I guess we'll see. Art, the facts for themselves. The Hamptons curriculum. Hey, man, I'm just listening, bro. I'm just looking. Cheek was popping with been a member for 19 months. As person that shot Trump was a Republican, and the person that shot Kirk is still not caught. Can't make assumptions. Yeah, that's fair. Touche. I was just looking at the potential irony, and I think that the dude who shot Trump was a Republican on paper. However, when he was sharing his viewpoints and such, they didn't appear that way based on stereotypical conservative rhetoric. But I catch your drift, right? His paperwork was his paperwork, you know. And I'm not up here trying to be right. I'm just trying to understand this shit, you know. But I'm just comfortability is not what should be in men's minds, especially, you know. And motherfuckers is so passive now, man. That girl getting stabbed on this train is a travesty for so many reasons, bro. A travesty for so many reasons, you know. And I know manhood is what they were saying, like, yo, I ain't protecting nobody, I ain't doing this. I get it, but yo, this shit is some sick shit, man. Naked with the $5 says they need to address the rampant white on white political violence. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I need some help with this, man. I'm dropping a link. If it's too much bullshit, I'm gonna be a little bit heavy-handed. You know what I'm saying? Just FYI. Right, not in a rude way, but I'm trying to get this information. You know, I'm trying to get the information. So let me play this. Right? So I was just trying to see what he says when people are saying what they say, you know. Hit the like button, man. Val, what's popping? I can't hear you out.
This is Charlamagne, Mark. How you doing? Salute
Good,
to you.
Aki. Salute. What you think, man? I'm trying to understand this shit, bro. You know, and they saying white this, white that, right? Wasn't there a shooter just now in like Minneapolis, I think? Or was it a white person?
Yeah, it was. It was a trans white person that, you know, went crazy with a firearm, killed 2 kids. Ridiculousness. It's ridiculous. I don't understand what's going on with the world.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking about and that whole situation is a political agenda to basically like end free speech. Because I think that's what's gonna be the new plan or something like that because of this whole situation that's going on. That's just in my head, you know.
You think it's an attack on free speech?
Yes, I think it's an attack on free speech because Charlie Kirk always spoke his mind. You know what I mean? And for somebody to, you know, conduct political violence against him is ridiculous just because him speaking his mind. You know, everybody should be able to speak what they want to speak and not get shot and killed because of it. You know what I mean? That's just how I look at it. Especially, you know, we Americans, we got the amendment to do that. The First Amendment, to be exact.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put it past
let me ask you. So people are saying he was hateful, right? You don't agree with that?
I mean, no. I mean,
could they make an argument for that if
they could make an argument for that. Definitely they could.
Is hate speech free speech? Is hate speech protected? You see?
That's deep. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if hateful speech is protected under the First Amendment.
No, it's not, because then that provokes hate crimes, and hate crimes is definitely not rewarded. You know what I mean? You go to jail for that. So I get what
That's
you're saying.
so. What would you say was more of his hyperbolic points? I'm trying to understand this shit. John Henry, what up?
Anything that goes against what the libs will think is acceptable. So he was going against majority of liberal ideologies and thinking points, and they didn't like that. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to. Yeah, no, I catch your drift, man. So, what was his stance on LGBTQ? I'm like I said, I don't know a lot. I know the plain thing about the DEI thing. You know.
I never really got too deep into him, but
Pause.
he was pause facts. But he did talk about like trans people not having weapons and things like that, and he was talking about our communities and our gun violence and what we do. And he also was talking about just being conservative Christian, white nationalist talking points here and there. But at the end of the day, he has the Constitution to back him. You know what I mean? The First Amendment. We all got First Amendment talking points. We all should be able to say what we want. That's just how I look at it.
Okay. All right. Let me do this real quick. Slocky, hold on 1 second. Cheek was good. Yo, B, I can't see you.
What's good?
I can't see you though.
Hold on. I'm gonna put my light on.
No, not you. No, B Middleton. B, no. Your camera's on, but it's low, is what I'm saying, B. There we go. Now you can take yourself off mute.
What's that?
Good?
How y'all doing?
How you doing,
All right,
brother?
what's good?
Salute.
I ain't doing no.
Welcome to the Paint Pete. Hey, Cheek, if you don't mind, I'm gonna let B Middleton get in because I think it's first time. B, what you think, man? I'm looking for edification, but I'm also welcoming your opinion as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know a lot about Charlie Kirk. Feel me?
Well, I actually used to follow Charlie a little bit. He used to go to the college campuses and challenge us. He used to do the 1 versus 100, and he used to challenge them, like, come up and tell me why you disagree with me. He's pro-life. He's pro-life. He's pro-gun. He's pro-right, actually. He was anyway. He was pro-right for the people. Like, you should have the choice to do whatever it is that you choose to do. If you choose to be a gun owner, you should, like you heard what you just played just now. He was saying that you have the right to protect your family. That is, and it's obvious that to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs. So he said, you're gonna have to be willing to lose some lives to protect lives.
Okay. Let me ask you, B, if you don't mind. Did he have anti-black rhetoric?
I think it would depend on who you ask.
I'm asking you, good brother. I'm asking you because I don't know enough.
I never took it that way, because if you asked him, he professed not to be anti-black. He repeated it constantly, but some of his stances, like for instance, you asked earlier about him saying if he saw a black pilot, he would be worried. That's out of context. What he said was he's anti placement. Just because we're going to meet a quota. We're going to meet a quota of saying that we're going to have a certain amount of black pilots, regardless of their skill set. All he was saying, I want the best pilot flying my plane, and I agree. I want the best whoever doing. I want the best gun trainer teaching me how to use a weapon.
So
don't have.
Hold on, because he got
right. That's all.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So yeah, B. Here's what I was saying, and I apologize because I didn't probably say it in full, but I'm kind of edified on that. He was saying because of DEI, they're going to force pilots in to meet the DEI quotas, in which case he's going to question qualifications. So when he sees a black pilot, he's going to question if that pilot's uberly qualified because DEI forced him in position.
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, my bad. I didn't say it. I understood. Yeah, I remembered that. I just couldn't remember if it was him. You know, a lot of white people look the same to me, so I couldn't even. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right, B. Let me get cheeky. You hanging out, right? Because I know we're gonna go. You know what I mean? There's gonna be some civil discourse. We hope. Freezy, what's goody?
What's going on, man? Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man.
What's popping, man? Trey in the building. Trey was good. Trey got headphones now. Okay, get money. Okay. Hey man, I love y'all. Cheek, what's good though? What you think, man? And I
good.
Accept your correction too on that thing.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, until we get more info, I wouldn't even know what the
right. I retract what I was, I was speculating
because that old dude that they got, he a Republican based off of the information I was seeing, and he wasn't even the right dude. Like they said that the dude shot him was on the roof 300 yards away.
Damn.
So I think niggas just need to stop going outside and doing this type of shit for real. Just be indoors where you can control the environment instead of trying to be outside. Because that's Trump got hit outside too. Everybody that's getting hit is getting hit outside at a distance. They're not getting. It's not close.
Yo, Cheek, I hate that. Right? Like, what if I want to do street interviews and all that? I mean, I don't have 4 million. We almost have 50,000. But what if I want to do street interviews?
I mean,
and I don't have cards.
If you want to do street interviews, I don't think the person that's gonna hit you is gonna be 300 yards away. Like these people, and it was a good shot. I'm not saying that in like a joking way.
No, you
like,
saying it's a good shot.
Like it's like, bro,
yes,
this person is not like a regular person. This person he goes to the range often. 300 yards is not easy to hit if you ever shot a weapon. Like it's just not
technically qualified. Probably,
I don't know his qualifications, but the fact that he got hit from that distance
based on the shot, we could deduce that.
Yeah, and it's because the dude who got at Trump, he missed. I mean, it wasn't by much, but he missed. It's like this person hit this dude in the neck, and the videos on Twitter it show you. It's very clear, it's very graphic, but it's very clear. Yeah. And it looked like it's elevated. It wasn't that old man. And they got videos of the dude, of somebody being on the roof. That I guess they'll figure it out. More information will come. But this is crazy. Yeah.
And so my takeaway, right? And Cheek, I'm just moving it around. We keep the
conversation. Yeah, no, you good.
Cheek saying stay inside, and he outside. Doing your thing, right? You know what I'm saying? But you're saying if you have views that people deem unbecoming, hyperbolic, people don't agree with, right? And you want to hold a forum, it has to be in a controlled environment. And I just think based on our alleged rights, that's so stifling and disheartening. But I'm not saying you're wrong, right? Because high alert is high alert, right? Being on your dean is on being on your dean.
Yeah, but it's also like the political climate as well, too, though. Yeah. Like for all intents and purposes, the right and the left are as extreme as it's gonna get. Like for all intents and purposes, Trump is considered a fascist on the left. Like he's bypassing and he's not abiding by any of the governmental structures that the United States is using or is supposed to use, right? And people are saying this is the pre beginning of fascism, right? So if you have that belief and if you believe that is the case, anybody that represents fascism or the beginning of it, for all intents and purposes, shouldn't be alive. From that perspective, you know what I'm saying? Right. So this is where we're at in politics, where it's that extreme. And if you're gonna be in that lane, I think you should take the precautions. I think the moment the president was an attempt at an assassination in 2025, everybody should have took that on notice and been like, all right, we need to up our security measures.
Yeah. 100%. Okay. Who was up here? Freezy or Trey? I forgot. Freezy, right?
Trey can go.
Okay. Trey, what's goody?
What's good with you? I have a few things that I disagree with.
Go ahead.
I don't believe that this is a marksman. Anybody who shot a weapon from 300 yards away would aim for a larger target. That would be the T-zone, or that would be the center mass in the chest. The fact that he hit him on the left side of his neck is actually a smaller target, which will be much more difficult to hit from that yardage if he actually was 300 yards away. That hasn't been necessarily confirmed, the actual yardage. And we do know it was a ways away. We don't know the exact yardage. I believe that a professional shooter, sniper, would have aimed for a larger target, which would have been T-zone, which would be right here, or in the center mass in the chest. So I don't believe it. I think it was lucky that they got him on the left side of the neck.
Okay.
I don't believe that he.
But the fact that he hit him in the neck, right? Is that like the aim small, miss small thing, or is that just on the Patriot movie that they?
No, because somebody who's professionally taught that was in the military wouldn't be taught that way.
Okay.
They wouldn't be taught to shoot in the neck. They would be taught to shoot in the head or center mass.
But the point of it is, I don't think most people know how to shoot a weapon, generally speaking. So the fact that they even hit is surprising to me. Like I'm more expecting what we saw with the whole Trump situation where you're missing, and if he did get it, was but there was people behind him, there were people in front of him. There's crowd like the fact that he got hit is just like
Well, that's the point that I'm trying to make. I don't believe this was a professional. I believe that this person got essentially got lucky.
Okay, a professional. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't think he was a Navy SEAL, but I do think this person obviously knows how to handle a weapon.
Because a Navy SEAL would have shot him in the face.
Yeah, I'm not
Navy
saying,
SEAL wouldn't have missed.
No, I'm just saying he's obviously a gun owner and he practices how to shoot a weapon. That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't mean that you're properly trained.
Yeah, so let me be clear, Trey. I introduced that into Cheeky. Cheeky didn't say that. I said that shit. Just being layman and understanding. So I apologize. But I understand. I catch your drift, you know.
No, I'm not saying that you said it. That's been the overarching theme.
Oh, okay.
Since this has happened. And I disagree with it wholeheartedly. I think that someone who is trained would have hit a larger target versus just this little smaller area in the side of the neck. The other part of it is I don't think that he did a lot of hate speech. I think his comments and his opinions were incendiary for sure. Absolutely. I think they were intended to be triggering because that's the only way to get these young guys that are on the campus to come out to these things, is that you have to be this sort of triggering kind of personality. Myron Gaines does this a lot. He says a lot of things. He uses the hard R. That's all a part of the thing to get these people to want to come out, regardless if you agree with it or not. The whole point is to get them out so he can have this dialogue back and forth with them so they can get the content that he's looking for. Remember, he's the founder of Turning Point, right? He has to get the people out there, right? So I don't necessarily think that, I don't think he was a racist. I do think that he did say some things that were radical. I do know he's pro-life. I know he had Christian values. He was all about two-parent households and getting married and monogamy and all of those things. So there's going to be times where they're going to say some things that Trump does this every day. Trump literally does this every day. He says some of the wildest stuff in the world because he wants people to pay attention. And if you're smart, you use the stock market and you use what Trump says, you make money off. If you're smart, you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? I don't think he's a racist.
I hear you. Not that ass. I hear you just saying what you're saying in terms of famous and infamous, right? You can get people to come see you that love you, that hate you, but there's something that galvanizes people in that way. Okay. Well, did you have another point, Trey? And I'll get Freezy. I just want to make sure.
No, that's it.
I saw some disagreement in a couple of faces. I just want to get Freezy in, and then we'll keep going around. You got to turn on your camera, Cal. Freezy, what's goody?
What's going on?
No, I'm just saying I just came to drop that off in the chat. I didn't know you had brought me up. My bad.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Free.
All the reports I've seen, it was like 200 yards away. I don't know, maybe there's other reports out there. Like I was scouring Twitter and all of the reports said 200 yards away, and they do have a video of a guy that was on the roof or something like that and running. I don't know if it was actually him, but you know, it's an assumption that that could be the shooter. And from the spot that they spotted the guy running, they're saying it was approximately 200 yards away. I've never been in the military. I've gone to the gun range several times, but I don't think your average person, if they did shoot from 200 or 300 yards away, like Chiki said, I don't think your average person could hit a target like that. I just don't think that, you know, you got to have some type of training or something. I don't know, practice or whatever. But I would consider. First, I want to say that it is sad that Charlie Kirk got killed, and you know, condolences to his family. But in my humble opinion, I do think that Charlie Kirk very strongly treaded the lines of a racist. I mean, he went on record calling George Floyd, I think he called George Floyd a scumbag, and he's got criticized for a lot of anti-Semitic comments that he's made. The black pilot comment that you was talking about, I think he said something about if he realized that his pilot was black or something, he would hope that the pilot had training. I don't know, or he would hope that the pilot was qualified or something like that.
Yeah.
What does a person have to do or say to actually be called a racist or to be considered a racist? People aren't just coming out saying I'm a racist. And I think that in 2025, especially black folk, it's just time for us to start using our spidey senses. You know what I'm saying? It's like nobody's going to actually just come out and say I'm a racist. Nobody's going to say that, you know. We can read between the lines on everything else when it comes to these conversations about women and all that kind of stuff. We can't read between the lines when it comes to people with racist etiquette. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. So I mean, I agree that, you know, people shouldn't just be killed for free speech. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that people should be just off for free speech. But I do think that there are consequences when you travel around and you spew extreme ideologies and across the nation. There's consequences, man. You know what I'm saying? There's just the way it is. And here's another thing I want to say. This, I want to land my plane right here. I don't even think America is predominantly conservative. I think America is majority liberal, leftist thinking country. This is not a conservative country. So if you are very conservative in America and you're spewing extreme viewpoints wherever you speak, you should take precaution. You should. I'm telling you, because you're outnumbered in 2025. You are outnumbered. I'm just telling you. So that's just my take on it. You know, like I said, condolences to his family, but you just got to be, we have to be mindful, you know, because stuff like this, to me, when I heard about it, I seen the footage is gruesome. I'm telling you, the footage is gruesome. I don't know if anybody hasn't seen it, but it's bad. And here's another thing. Why was the dude, the initial guy that was that they arrested, why was he screaming, shoot me, shoot me? I understand that was an offshoot point, whatever. He was just screaming, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me. And he was already screaming, I have the right to remain silent. It was almost like, what's going on here? It was like some
psyop.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it was strange. It was very strange, but he turned out not to be the shooter. But I was wondering, why was he just screaming, shoot me, and you know, whatever. So that was strange to me too. So
yeah, he was an older dude too, right?
Yeah, he was like a baby boomer guy.
I'm just looking at it.
Every time political
and racist, and I want to get What's your name? What's your name though? With the red hat.
Charlie Mert.
What's your name though?
Oh, Shango. What's up?
Shango. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been on here before. Salute.
Yeah. I couldn't. Okay. So here's the thing, right? And Shango, you got the mic after this. You heard? I just want to say this though. Racist is a low bar to me. To me, everybody's racist, right? There's levels to all this shit.
Right.
Most people prefer their own people, right? Because the suffix ist takes an interest in or pertaining to, for some reason, with the term racist, it gets eliminated, right? But grammar states that a pianist loves the piano. You know what I mean? People prefer their own people overwhelmingly. So that's not anything I'm taken aback by. You know what I mean? But we all, for the most part, most of us, regardless of how we feel, and I'm saying feel, in the earth, we operate with everybody we come across, right? We be cordial, civil, little white baby running across the street, butt ass naked. Who the fuck? Somebody go get this white baby. Black baby. You know what I mean? Like we all, like you ain't gonna watch no kid get accosted regardless. You know what I mean? So we act civil in the earth. When we get home, I guarantee you they saying nigga at they dinner table, just like we say cracker. So I'm just saying, you know, Shango, what's good, my boy?
Yeah, peace. I just gotta say, Charlie was a family man, bro. And you know, it's sad to have his wife become a single mom, man. That's kind of tragic. But I would say nobody deserves violence like that. You know, from a particularly violent community of people. You know what I'm saying? They're just that we really need to do a wellness check on that side of America. I think there's inherent criminality on that side. You know what I mean? And we really need to put maybe even a National Guard over there. You know what I'm saying? We need to put them over there in these communities so they can police this type of behavior, man, because this is unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable.
Now, Shango, I could hear the intelligence and the facetiousness in your voice. Now, here's the thing, right? We have Minneapolis, right? I think somebody said somebody got shot in Colorado. In Texas, there was a trans white boy or whatever it was that did a shooting like last year, right? Remember? I don't know if y'all remember that one.
Yeah.
You know, you got Sandy Hook, but what the obvious retort is, these things aren't happening nearly as consistently as quote unquote black on black crime.
I mean,
it's simply not true.
That's not true.
But look at the irony of it, though. You know,
I'm just telling y'all with you know, that's the obvious.
Yeah. But if you look at the irony of the video, when buddies,
you got the big mic, we understand. Paul.
No, my fault.
I just want to make sure. I just want to hear what Shango was saying that you could jump in.
No, you good. You good.
Okay,
it's perfectly fine, man. Because the brother, I definitely agree with him. I think I know where he's going. You know, the whole white on white crime thing is the most underreported thing in the world. That's why I got this rebel hat on. You know, just to troll a little bit because Charlie got murked. It's unfortunate, but you know, Saint Kirk couldn't breathe. You know, it is what it is, though. But
Lee, you there?
Hey, Ham, can I tell you something real quick before you go to Lee?
I'm listening. I'm gonna listen. I just gotta walk off real quick. I'm gonna bring Mr. Fantastic up.
Yeah, let him go. From my time in the military and my time as a police officer, there is no more dangerous entity than the white man. I mean that wholeheartedly. There is no more dangerous entity in this country than the white man. And I know because I have worked side by side with them in some of the wildest things, and to watch how they behave, to hear the things that they say. And I've said this before, I've gotten suspended behind some of the stuff that they said because I didn't like the way that they treated black folk and the things that they, some of the things that they said to me, and nobody can ever change my mind because I got 15 plus years of experience of seeing it. There is no more dangerous entity in this country than the white male, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, to each other too. You know, look what happened.
As today proved.
The other shooter who was trans.
It's only.
You know.
It's only.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I actually want to give up the mic to Mr. Fantastic. What's good, bro? Go ahead.
Yeah, man. This is the just terrible, horrible nigga shit that makes us look like fucking savages that everybody says we are. I don't know how this is a fucking black issue. A man got killed on fucking like real time fucking TV, shot in the neck, one of the most gruesome things you could ever see. And we making this about him being allegedly racist. Really? This, and this. Y'all talk about men. Y'all talk about this. Y'all talking about this. This clown ass nigga down here is clowning, right? A man losing his life.
Whoa. Chill out, bro.
Over his opinion.
Chill out, dog.
Over his opinion. You literally came up here to troll like a fucking idiot. All right,
I'm an idiot,
this
but you
is
the
the representation. This is the representation. This is the representation. This is the representation.
You a
white
representation.
This is the representation.
You the real weenie, nigga.
This is the representation of black men.
Bitch ass.
This this the representation of a dumbass nigga that's got like, bro. I don't want to mute you. I don't want to drop you down. I don't want to mute you. You can take it. You gotta say when I'm done. Yeah, nigga. Take it. Shut the fuck up and then say it after I'm done.
Ass nigga.
Oh ass
weak
nigga.
Ass nigga. Fuck you.
No, nigga, you weak.
That's
why you came up here being a fucking clown.
Motherfucking ring.
That's why you came up here being a clown,
bro.
That's why you came up here being a clown.
You gonna dug anybody else?
That's why you came up here being a clown. And all this shit you talking to me, you went to the white man.
You have no platform, bro.
You wouldn't do the motherfucking white man,
bro.
The nigga that's got a motherfucking rebel flag on his head.
Your ass dumb.
Right. Now, kindly shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Kindly shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Kindly shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
I ain't doing shit.
Kindly shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
You don't run this shit, ho.
Shut the fuck up while I'm talking,
nigga.
Nigga, I can drop you. I got control.
Do it then, nigga. Do it.
So just shut the fuck up.
Do it then. No, drop me. Drop me right now.
Listen. This
nigga gonna provoke people and then get mad at the result.
Listen to me real quick. Listen to me real quick.
You good? You got it.
Yo, I'm trying to understand this shit, right?
That's all good.
All right, I'm trying to understand this shit. So I don't know a lot about Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean? But I be knowing people racist. That shit don't push me no type of way.
Nobody tripping.
And then the other thing is, Mr. Fantastic, even rhetoric about families, if that's what he's talking about, do men disagree with that? So I'm really trying to figure out what is the points of contention, with Charlie Kirk. You heard? And I'm gonna bring Aaron back up, but I need y'all to keep it here so we can get the information.
Yeah, no problem. I got you. I ain't gonna do it.
So the problem is he has an association with Trump, and he's a conservative and a Republican. So you know, niggas are very low intellect, and they have an emotion attached to a political party that's never did anything to them. So any person that's associated with the opposite political party, they're gonna fucking cheer and pom pom for when they get killed. You know, sort of kind of like this dumb shit that niggas did with the Carmelo Anthony situation, where they turned around and gave a piece of shit little nigga that stabbed somebody to death $500,000. Then they got mad when the white woman turned around and called a kid a hard R, and they gave her $1 million. You're fighting a battle you're never going to win if you claim the white man is this evil motherfucker that you claim he is. Okay, he got more people than you, he got more power than you, he got more money than you. So why the fuck are you going to antagonize him in a situation like this? Because what? This make you feel good?
So okay. So I saw y'all in the chat arguing about the George Floyd shit, right? But George Floyd lost his life, right? And there was several people, black, white, he a dope fiend, he a crackhead. Why? What did we have that same fever for that shit? Because it seems the same. If we saying for somebody dies and therefore we should be sensitive, because that's the sentiment, right?
No, well, it's not sensitive.
Well, I mean, sensitive to the situation, not sensitive like but sensitive to the fact that somebody lost their life.
No, it's not sensitive. It's called human decency, right? So that's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
So when we say these words, we got to be careful. Now, had he been in some turmoil or some actual shit, the way he was in some shit, he's in some criminality, he get killed in the process. Hey, fuck him, right? He's a criminal, right? This man was like the same thing you said, Hemp. You laid it out pretty well before everybody got up here. He was just giving his opinion and debating people on the fucking college campus, whether you agree with him or not. So now what you're saying is, when you agree with this and you throw your pom-poms, is you agree with niggas getting killed over their opinion. But you're intelligent. That's fucking retarded. George Floyd, at the end of the day, when you look at it, he was exactly. If you say, "Oh, Charlie Kirk didn't lie," George Floyd was a piece of shit. That's what he was, and he was the biggest lottery ticket. It was the biggest lottery ticket for his family. It was the biggest lottery ticket for his family ever. Hold on, it was the biggest lottery ticket for his fucking family ever, and niggas burned down the whole fucking city over a junkie.
Wait. So let's say George Floyd was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He was.
Hey, so Freezy, just let me baseline this real quick, right?
Go
No, you got the floor. I just want to make sure once Freezy done, I want to get option, right? Because I want all the opinions to be on the table as we and then Aaron as we discuss it. Go ahead, Free.
No, I was just asking a question. If let's say he was a piece of shit, right? Because all of this is a matter of opinion. It's that safe to say. If he was a piece of shit, does that mean he was supposed to die?
He never said that. That's the thing, Freezy. Y'all, no one. Hold on, just real quick, Freezy.
He asking you.
No, I'm asking you.
Obviously not. No one says that. And that's what I'm saying. You asking the question is the answer. So who said? No one. Very few people outside of like staunch racist ass white people say he should have died or and we glad about it and so on and so forth. No, that's not what happened. The problem is when anybody says, "Hey, this dude was what he was," why the fuck should we care? Niggas die every day, B, and then it brings it to the whole other thing. Oh, we only care because George Floyd died at the hand of a white cop. That's less than 1% of fucking killings and murders that happen to black men every day. Niggas burnt down the entire fucking country, burnt the country down, tore up more black businesses, and more black lives were lost than white.
Okay, so if they start burning shit down, would it be justified in this instance?
No, I'm not saying it would be justified. But what I'm saying,
no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm just asking. I just want to get clarification. Last question. He's dead, right? George Floyd. So he's dead now. Do we because he's been dead for a long time? Is it okay to say he a piece of shit junkie? Like, how does this work when we talk about human decency, right? Because we're talking about people are saying they don't agree with Charlie Kirk. They're saying that he's a racist, right? Against black people. That's their sentiment. So is there a time frame of which you could say Charlie murked or Charlie Pack or a piece of shit junkie? How does this work?
No, so this is the difference. Again, like I said, it's the context of it, right, Hamp?
Okay.
Charlie Kirk, outside of people's opinion of him being a racist and things he said, he doesn't have a criminal record. It's opinionated, right? George Floyd is on record. Remember, he robbed a pregnant lady, right? Remember, he was a lifetime. He didn't even know who his kids didn't even know that he died. They tried to make him be his great fucking father, and the mom said, "Oh, that's your daddy." So when we actually juxtapose the thing, we put it in the proper place and stop just trying to look at it as black or whatever, so on and so forth. Niggas always want to sympathize with niggas. That's the problem. Okay, if you want to call them whatever, it's cool, fine. But again, for the optics of him, it's out to Aaron. We just talking about this. For the optics of black men and to look like somebody that's has some decorum. One of your favorite words, some decorum. Okay, your opinion of the man is whatever, and it's just that opinion based. You don't have anything to back up or factual to be like Charlie Kirk is just horrible, terrible person. Because just as you say he said racist things, I've heard him have debates and say favorable things towards black people, right? So that's what I'm saying. You want to pick and choose, and you just want to go ahead.
No. I understand your point, right? I just want to make sure that it's out there, and if it is a retort, it is what it is, right? I understand what you're saying, right? Let me get obstacles in the air, and then I'm gonna open it up so everybody's opinions can flow with the key word decorum, hopefully, right? Ops, what's goody, my boy?
What's good? Shout out to the whole entire panel. What's good? What's good? So first of all, RIP to Charlie K. But what I also say is just whenever in this situation, I think a lot of people have different perspectives.
Yeah,
they have different opinions about whether he's racist or whether this person is a piece of human being, whatever the case may be, right? When something like this happens, I think it's best for us to sit back and say, okay, violence is not acceptable. It happens. It's a real life thing. So we can't act like little kids and be immature. Violence is never the answer. No, people commit crimes and people get violent. That's a reality, right?
Yeah.
But net, we don't have to support that reality. We don't have to say, yeah, all right, man, it really don't matter because he was a racist, or it really don't matter because he was a piece of shit. And not many people were saying that. They were saying, hey, this is this person's background. And I'm not against somebody who's saying, I don't agree with Charlie. I think that he might have been racist here and there, or etc. I don't care for that. Long as they're condemning the act of him being assassinated, possibly, potentially, right? We got to wait for the investigation to come through. So I think long as we do that, then we can just basically be civilized. I can understand that some people are not going to hold their opinions and their expressions about who he was as a character when he lived in order to have some respect timeline. But it's important for us to understand and say, okay, assassination is not acceptable. If you want the same for yourself also, I think you just like people need to sit back and relax. I don't know what their reaction is. Many of us have different reactions. We're not a monolith. So net, I think that's what I would say about the whole thing. But again, RIP to Charlie K. That's not cool for anybody to get assassinated.
No. Why should
if Aaron don't mind, Freezy, because he's been waiting a little while, so I just want to make sure.
I just have one 10-second question. Why should people hold their opinions? This is America. This dude got assassinated. It's over with. He got assassinated, bro. You know how many, bro? Listen, here's the thing, like, why do black people why do they just like their blood pressure goes up when somebody of a different race gets killed? Like these black youth get killed at the hands of police all the time, and they get demonized instantaneously on the news. They get demonized. These people, they haven't even buried these people yet, and they get demonized. They bring up these people's so-called record, see if they got a criminal record and all that kind of stuff. The mama ain't even buried the son yet or the daughter. But then we're supposed to have a heart. No, listen. When I first came up here, I said that I think that's tragic and condolences to his family. Did everybody hear me say that? I said that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that grown folk can't have their own synopsis and have done their research on this guy. There's probably people up here that have followed Charlie Kirk for a long time and just have their views. What, they're just supposed to put a muzzle on their views because this guy tragically lost his life? Let's hear that. Let's have that same energy for young black kids when they die at the hands of senseless police violence. Let's have that same energy. But y'all want to put on this armor for a white dude that got murked. Okay, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm not losing no sleep. I'm just telling you right now, but I'm just saying, like, I do feel for his family, right? I don't know this. I'll be lying if I came up here acting like, oh, my heart goes out to Charlie. I don't know that dude. I don't know that dude. I'm not gonna lose no sleep. I'm telling you. But I still
you don't know the black kids getting shot by cops either.
I still have enough decency to, but at the same time, Trey, I still have enough decency to say.
And have the same decency for Charlie Kirk, and let's move on. You don't know all these so-called black kids.
This is what I'm saying. We got people, black people coming up here policing other black people on how they should address Charlie Kirk. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Can you break that down a bit, Freezy? Because what you mean? Like, I'm pretty sure I was like, hey, you need to do what you said. People can say what they want, right?
Okay,
or no?
Listen,
or you?
I don't remember exactly what you said because I don't want. I don't like
and there,
people, right?
But I'll take
you
it.
Just said.
Well, no, I'll
just before you take it, Fantastic.
Fantastic, your mic is super loud too.
You and Fantastic came up here policing people about whether they feel like this guy had racist viewpoints. I even pointed out, as a matter of fact, Hamp pointed out first about his comment towards a black pilot. To me, in my opinion, it might not be your opinion, it might not be Mr. Fantastic's opinion, but in my opinion, that was a racist comment.
Yeah.
That has no bearing on me feeling like somebody should be killed for their freedom of speech. I said that earlier, but two things can be true at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but Freeze, that's why it's important for you to know what I said and not say, I don't know what you said, XXX, right?
No, I don't know.
And then proceed to say my position. Wait, let me just finish. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. Yes. So what I said is exactly what you said. And that's the problem. You need to hear other people when they speak. Because I spoke and I said that. I said, say what you want to say. You know, there's going to be people who don't agree with the man, blah, blah, blah. And I drew the line at nobody supports people getting killed. Boom. So can you understand now? You understand now, and you could be like, yo, yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah, so obstacles that maybe have been a tad bit less for you and maybe more for Mr. Fantastic, right? My main concern about it is my main concern about it is he's saying things people don't like and they peel his cap. Right. And then just doing YouTube at this virgin level, you know, who does that affect?
Yeah.
How, why? What did he say that
You
will
don't
get
want those
somebody to peel
problems.
his cap? Because I pretty much say whatever I want. I don't work for nobody. You know what I mean? So, and I'm comparing myself in terms of he got 4 million followers, right? But what does it take? What do you
Same
gotta
though,
take
yeah.
somebody to peel your cap? That's the part that I'm trying to wrap my head around. Feel me? Regardless of who it is, you saying the wrong shit, they peel your cap. Now, I guess we know in our neighborhood, you accountable for what you say. You accountable for your words, right? Words beget violence, even when people act like they don't. People say words don't hurt. That's not true. You know, so I'm just thinking through it from that's where I'm kind of, you know what I mean, looking at it. Let me get Aaron in, and then we'll open the floor up, you know what I'm saying? And then we can, I hope I don't gotta police everybody, you know what I mean? So go ahead, Aaron, and then the floor is open.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. I hope everyone's doing well. First, let me say that. I hope everyone's doing righteously and continuing to prosper and everybody's safe. I really just kind of am simplifying the way I view this whole thing. And I think of 3 great philosophers when I view this. One of them, Marcus Aurelius, when he says, before you embark on a journey of revenge, you must first dig 2 graves. So burner, it'll come to context later. The second great philosopher is Confucius, when his disciple Zhigong came to him and says, is there any one word that you could suggest that would kind of be the ultimate advice to live life by? And he says, perhaps reciprocity. Never impose on others what you would not choose for yourself. And the third great philosopher is DJ HAMP, when he says, we judge others by their actions and ourselves by our intentions. One thing's clear, thoughts come to words, words come to actions. This man has spoken a lot of inflammatory words, but have they resulted in actions? Has his words galvanized others to actions? And can he be held accountable for the actions that other people have been galvanized to take based on his words? The answer is no. Because the line that you must draw between the two, and the line that defines where the accountability is to be placed, is intention. Now the man's deceased. We can't discern his intentions anymore. But the fact of the matter is, did he do anything that was warrant taking his life? I would suggest not. Did he say things that were inflammatory? Yes. Who hasn't? Is it worth your life? If you think it's worth his life, then you should shut the fuck up and listen to Confucius. Don't impose on others what you wouldn't have for yourself. Or go with Marcus Aurelius's advice and get to digging them 2 holes in the ground. But really, I just came to discuss ballistics and offer professional opinion on that.
Okay, we'll circle back.
Hey, Ham, can I say this before I go? Because I'm gonna leave here, but look, I wasn't the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk. I didn't like his stance in Israel. I didn't like him being an ally for the whoish community. I think they're detrimental to the tear down of the Black community overall. I was not really a fan of him, but I could appreciate the idea of family first. And I think that's something that he stood on, so I didn't have a problem with that. I think that if we are heading down a path where there are white males in this country who think that it's perfectly okay to take the life of someone based on something that they said, we got a big problem in this country. We got a large problem in this country if that's the route we're going down. Like I said before, I've never been afraid of walking down the street and coming up against a bunch of Black men. But there have been times where I've seen white men being here in DC and cross the street, because I know what they are capable of. And every time we see something, we had the shooting in Las Vegas, he shot from the hotel, right? Every time one of these big occurrences happen, there's typically an MO and a motto that follows it. And it typically ends up with it being a white male or now a white transgender male or whatever, right? That seems to be the thing. Yes, we have our issues within our own community, but It's nothing like what I've seen. I've worked shootings. I've seen people with holes in their face. I have never seen that on live television before. Never, or not live television, but on a stream. I've never seen that before. So I hope that they do something to send a message. But I have a funny feeling that this case is going to get dragged on for a long time, especially considering that the FBI is there and they are still considering it a manhunt. They haven't got anybody. They have one person in custody that they have a person of interest. I know what person of interest means. Person of interest means we ain't got nothing. That's what person of interest means. We don't have nothing. So we'll see what happens. I know Kash Patel said some things as a director of FBI, and he's keeping his ear to it. I know Trump is saying a bunch of stuff, but I haven't seen any arrest. So I wouldn't be hopeful. But we got to get to a point within our own little community here in America that it's okay for people to speak their mind and not die behind it. And I have an issue with liberals in some cases where it's either agree with us or die. It's one or the other. That seems to be where they want to be headed. They always talk about they're not the most violent, but I keep seeing it, especially in these so-called blue cities, as they say. So I'll leave it at that.
And just to reiterate and kind of piggyback on that, what I was saying is, it's not worth your life, to me, in my opinion, things you say, unless you articulate a plan to bring about someone's demise. Then that could be worth your life. But be prepared to defend your words with your life. That's why I served. That's why we take oaths. Words have power. Right? That's why we do these things.
Yeah.
But the word still does not carry the frailty of a life.
All right, I'm gonna open the floor. Let me just read these. Naked with the $5. They need to address the rampant white-on-white political violence. He knows what the $2 is. He never spewed hate speech. Show me an example. Rainbow Kid with the $5. He supported and honored a man who said black people are cursed by God. Yet Trey doesn't think he was racist. He knows what the $5. He spoke about facts about our community and it hurt the black liberals' feelings. Nathaniel, what up? With the $10 says, to the Most High, keep his promises. Make your preparations, and I pray you find peace and safety before the hard times come. Pound people get ready by the impressions. Start was goody. I don't think these will work. Wow. Stack or Star with a 20 ball says, when we gonna stop everything about color? Naked with the $5 says, I've seen Shango's channel. He was anti-Trump, white, etc. He just doesn't like that one-sided portrayal of criminality in the media.
Wasn't. He said wasn't, not was.
Wasn't. Okay. Oh, he wasn't. My bad,
Yeah.
Shango.
No, you good.
Cali Bad with the $5 says, Hamp, please check out the article on Kirk's recent opinion on Martin Luther King. Okay. Insane with the $2. Not sacrificing good black kids because of YNs. Nope. So maybe we need to take a look at this article. But before I pull it up, the floor is open. I know Mr. Fantastic wanted to get in and etc. Y'all go ahead.
Well, yeah, just real quick. So to Freeze's point, man, listen, bro. Again, y'all still doing the same shit. Why do we only care about the black kid when the police kills him? That's less than 1% of the deaths. And if that kid was a fucking terrorist of the neighborhood, fuck him too. He was a horrible kid, and it's his fucking family's fault that he was out here terrorizing and shooting everybody and all this other shit.
There is an answer to that. There is an answer to that, and I'm not justifying it, but typically the reason why a police killing a kid causes more uprising is because the police is coming from a position of presumed authority, and black on black crime is simply live by the sword, die by the sword. So it's hard to suggest that people should acquiesce to the order of cops, or we should be ready to comply if they can't keep a high enough standard to keep from killing innocent people, right? I think it's a conversation about responsibility and authority versus being a product and living in the environment that you're a product of, right? Live by the sword, die by the sword. There's a difference.
Yeah, but
again, I'm not justifying it, but
It's a problem though. That's what I'm saying. It's a problem. There's always the excuse that niggas want to use the exception as a rule. The exception is not the rule. That's why we say the exception is not the rule. And then furthermore, I can't remember the last time where a child was killed innocently by the police officers. I don't think anybody up here can name it either.
Tamir Rice.
Yeah,
outside of Tamir Rice. That's what I said. That's why I said Tamir Rice.
Well, even then, I think a more appropriate word would be just the innocent, right? So now you can include. So, and I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, and yeah, I'm not interested in majoring in the minors either. However, it's when authority and things are put into play, then we start thinking about ourselves and what we would do in those circumstances. And I do agree that the concern should rest solely on the major issue, and that is always and always will be black on black. You can't. I'm not going to fault somebody for stabbing me when I'm dying of cancer. I'm killing, and I'm eating McDonald's and smoking cigarettes every day. Like I'm bringing it on myself, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm with you there.
Yeah.
However,
so
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't come into my house talking about you're here to collect the rent and then stick me with a knife.
Yeah.
Because I owe somebody rent. You know what I mean? You can't hide under authority like that. And then the cloak and dagger is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So the major part of it, and then the last time I remember of note where the cop did kill somebody innocently was the lady with the hot pot of water, and everybody condemned that. White, black.
It was shut down left to right. Yeah, all but one. Yeah.
But no one ever talks about that, right? And then it's this thing about where we have an issue and problem with authority. But I'm not gonna dwell there. What I'm saying is this, right? You can say what you want, right? America, land of the free, home of the brave. But what you say could have motherfucking consequences. And what you say can affect others, right? So if you're a whole bunch of, black people, black men specifically, up here, being extremely immature and insensitive during a time of fucking, bereavement, as they say in a good church, it might not be a good look, right? Again, it's certain time is a time and place for everything. All my Bible people, right? And after a man got killed, like you said, one of the most horrific things we've probably seen in what's name, it's just not smart. So again, you handle it, you can say what you want, you can do what you want, you're a grown ass man. Everybody growing up here, right? But what I'm saying is, if you give a fuck about the image of black men, especially right now that you had a whole bunch of other shit going on outside of this, and it coincides with, even though this has nothing, I don't even know. Like, again, I'm even trying to figure out how this became a race thing. Like I said, a white man killed the white man, allegedly, for what we think is a white man. Hell, for all we know, it could be a motherfucking Decepticon.
A girl. It could be a girl. We don't know. We don't know shit. We don't know nothing.
Could be a whole
became a race issue because they're trying to tell us we shouldn't care because he was a racist. So why should you care? He got killed by another white man. Goody. That's what I was picking up from what everybody was coming with. Like, why should we care? They don't care when something happens to one of us. So then why should we care when something happens to one of them? But at the same time, if something happened to one of us and a white man came up there with a raccoon hat on, you know what I'm saying? Saying, yeah, I was wearing this for the team, we would take offense to that.
Wait, but they do that. See, that's the problem.
I haven't seen a white man MSNBC was clowning him before they knew he was dead, right? So white people was clowning him because of political views, right? So
everybody clowns everybody because of political views, right?
Yeah, but all the time.
So this is where this. Yeah, go ahead. Fantastic. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So this is all I'm saying, right? At the end of the day, him dying is not some shit like I guess like when bitches motherfucking celebrated Kevin Samuels dying. Everybody was like, damn, man, that's fucked up. It's kind of crazy. It's because you don't like the man's opinion and so on and so forth. I'm just saying the same energy we had for Kevin Samuels or Kobe or any other fucking black man, bro. Again, the shit just from a human decency standpoint and decorum and just maturity and socially smartness, like reading the room, as they say, at least wait a little bit.
Let me say this.
There's no need.
Let me say this because he was addressing me. Well, first of all, the Bible says, "Let the dead bury the dead." So we can just go there. And then another thing is this: if a black person got killed in the commission of a crime, I wouldn't have a lot of sympathy for that person either. But we can't make a blanketed statement that every black person that got killed at the hands of police officers was committing a crime. You understand what I'm saying? And then another thing is this: in my humble opinion, I think you came up here with these preconceived notions that people was just flat out disrespecting Charlie Kirk. You came up here with these preconceived notions because people, because me included, right? Me included, and HAMP and Charlie Merck and some other people, we pointed out some of the perceived racist comments that he might have said in the past. That's not us disparaging his death. You came up here with your chest stuck out, making these preconceived notions as if we were disrespecting Charlie Kirk's death. And not one time did I witness anybody on this panel disrespect Charlie Kirk's death. Now,
I
if
did
you're
not
trying
do
to
that
police,
before.
now,
You know what I'm saying?
now, hold on, let me say this.
No, you good, brother. I just had to put that on.
Wait, I got it. Wait,
let me just land my plane. We're all grown.
No, you good.
Dudes can say what they want to say as far as what they know about Charlie Kirk. I know Freeze ain't nobody gonna put a muzzle on me. I'm gonna say what the hell I want to say. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, that's on y'all if y'all want to go with that.
Yeah, no. So Freezy, again, like I said, it wasn't really directed at you because you weren't
directed at me. That's
yes.
let me go ahead.
It was directed to the nigga that I addressed. That again, that purposely and did is everything you said nobody was doing, even to his screen name. Hold on, brother, just real quick, and you got it.
Go ahead.
Even to his screen name, Freezy. This shit right here is what makes all of us niggas. This shit right here, and I said this earlier. This is what make all of us savages.
I didn't even get. I thought Merc was his last name. I'm so slow.
That's what I was saying. I missed that shit too. I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's actually.
How about y'all ask me?
I didn't even catch that shit.
They didn't want to see it. They didn't want to see it. Fantastic.
He said it when he first came up. I've been peeped. Damn.
Can you ask me?
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's right there.
Wow.
Go ahead, Charles.
Okay. The reason why I did it is to shine a light on what's going on. The suspect that we know is white, right? Nobody talks about white on white crime. Nobody. I'm not for black criminals at all. I'm not for that shit. I'm not even a liberal. I'm more conservative than some of y'all are. The thing is, though, I like parity. I like nuance, right? And I don't see that in any of these conversations.
Can I say something, brother?
Go ahead, bro.
When he got assassinated, they was bringing up the white on white crime about the mass shootings. As soon as they brought up that whole conversation, that's when he got
that's some recent shit. That's just right now. What about all the other shit that's going on? That's I'm a part of that wave.
So let us retort. So we gonna tell you, like y'all said yourself, they're pointing out the issue and problem that you're having with the LGBT community and them killing kids. All of those people are white. A majority of them are white. That gets talked about.
Sandy Hook, emphasis on white though.
Hold on, brother. You told me to give you an example. I'm giving an example. Sandy Hook, white, right? Sandy Hook was white.
Continue.
All these anything like I said, y'all brought it up. Las Vegas shooting, white.
The Catholic Church in
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
But they do not put the emphasis on white, y'all. They don't label it white on white.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Wait a minute. Regardless, regardless.
But we know that they're white.
The point, the point.
The
irony of what Charlie Merck is actually saying is, if you watch that video in the middle of him saying, when they're asking like, what about what are you talking about, the gang violence? He's in the middle of saying gang violence and get shot by a white guy. That's if that's not irony in its finest, I don't know what is. And I'm not saying that Charlie antics is right or wrong, because at this point I don't care, right? Republicans do not care about making fun of anybody when some shit goes wrong on the other side. Paul Pelosi home got broken into and he got a hammer to the head, and guess who was making fun of him on Fox
all day, every day? And I'm
on
not
Fox.
I'm not liberal. I'm not
again, when we start. That's my point. So we got to get rid of this sensitivity bullshit because somebody got hurt. I don't care. Stop acting as if empathy matters when empathy doesn't matter. The same person that got shot in the Trump rally and died in the stands, that was a firefighter and all of that. When you look at his history, guess what he was doing? Being unempathetic to the causes and the things that were happening to the left, right? That California fire that was going on. Guess who tweeted and made tweets about that California fire saying that's what y'all get? It's Republicans, all right? So if we want to sit here and play this game of who's going to be empathetic and who's going to have decorum and who's going to be right and who's either everybody plays or everybody shut the fuck up. And the problem is the right don't shut the fuck up in the left. So I don't feel bad. I have no empathy. I don't care. You don't get to say, get your foot off my neck and make jokes about George Floyd, no matter how much of a piece of shit he was, and realize after the documentation in the court reading, he died because somebody's foot was on his neck. But you want to go, he's a piece of shit. Look, bro, look, if you're asking for empathy, you better keep the same thing around the board. The only thing that I think is very ironic about the whole situation, which is what I get what Charlie Merck is doing, he's in the middle of bringing up gang violence when this person is talking about gun control and mass shootings.
Yep.
And then he gets shot by a white guy.
By a white
because
guy.
there's no gun control.
Allegedly.
I'm just saying, allegedly. I'm just saying, I can't. It's hard for me to feel bad. It's hard for me to feel bad for anybody.
Did we incoming inquisition?
All I'm saying is we got to have the same energy.
Incoming inquisition. Did we confirm the shooter?
We did not yet.
Not yet.
Did we confirm anything from the ballistics report? That we don't know about the caliber or anything like it. Do we know anything about the distance and location?
But they've been
position of a shooter.
200 yards on Twitter.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Yards, so I don't know.
Okay, all right.
The answer's no.
We know nothing about the shot other than it took place and was fatal. That's it.
That's all I think we can confirm for sure.
We don't even know the shooter's political.
No. That's too far out. Yeah. All right. Okay. Good to go.
Yeah, we just waiting on that to transpire. But my main point with coming up with this shit is not even to diss Charlie Kirk. You know, I could care which way about him. It's just to shed a light on the issue. That's all I did. So when I got attacked by this dude, it's like, whoa, calm down, dog. Like, it's not that serious, dog. Like, if they can clown George Floyd or whatever nigga dies, criminal or not, then how come we can't keep the same energy? That's all I'm saying.
I'm still laughing that I didn't catch your name.
That's
I feel so stupid.
That's at the time, but that's at the time though. and my understanding is so now all white people are the same.
No, not all white people are the
all right,
same,
then.
but they operate in trends.
Well, all white
Just
people
like
are
y'all
the
say.
same.
Oh,
All white people are the same on the account that they're white.
But Aaron,
apply to us, though?
so hold on. So now we gonna hold because he had something that you feel like was inflammatory about George Floyd, but he wasn't parading or applauding or doing any of that shit. He's not recording.
His fan base was though. His fan base was though. His fans were.
So if you got fans, you're
He had
responsible.
an absence of empathy. That's what he had. Regardless of what he said, he had an absence of empathy.
That's another good point.
What was the absence of empathy though?
The fact that he was demonizing.
He feels like we did not lose anything. He was a drug addict, which also broke it up about.
So I thought y'all said, all right, if we talking truthfully, we speaking truth, and you give credence to the death, all right, and because no one ever said this, and Freeze, that's what one thing I missed, right? Not saying that you didn't. I think you cleared it up, but everyone already assumes if you got something bad to say about George Floyd, you think he should have died. No, I just think he's a piece of shit. It's unfortunate he died, but
we
you know,
agree on that,
huh?
We all agree on that. I think he's a piece of shit.
So what y'all are saying is because he said he's a piece of shit. Oh well, he didn't like George Floyd. He think he should have died. No, you can't record that anywhere.
There's a difference when we call him a piece of shit and they call him a piece of shit. That's what I feel.
That's the real thing right there.
You said what?
Wait, time out. So it's the difference between a black person saying
the sentiments hit different coming from us than it does coming from them.
It does. They always have a problem when we make a joke. I mean, you know, look at Drewski right now. Look at that shit.
So this is what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. So now we want some tit for tat and go back and forth and okay.
That's what you mean.
If that's where we are,
why do we have to take the high road, brother?
No, it's not about taking the high road. Actually, bro, I'm glad you said that. Then get you in actually it's T leaves in MRM after that, right? So let me say this.
Go ahead.
It's not about taking the high road, bro. It's about we just talked about this and we've been on it for a little minute. Niggas got way too much shit to be worried about than the motherfucking be getting get back or with the white man getting killed. That's all I'm saying, brother. That's all I'm saying. And had Charlie Kirk did something and he came out here, he had a white hood on, or you know what I'm saying, one of them motherfucking old sheets and shit, and he was the, you know, a devout racist without a doubt. Hey, fuck him, right? Piss on his grave. That's not the case. The man was a fucking political pundit, okay, with political opinions. All of us up here, even you, Charlie Kirk, you got a fucking channel. So because of your opinion, or either or, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Because of your opinion, you're saying it's cool if a nigga come up and motherfucking air your ass out.
Never.
And now
Never
everybody just motherfucking tap dance and laugh on your motherfucking grave because they didn't like some shit you said.
I would never say that. No. Hold on. Real quick.
That's what you said already, brother. But go ahead.
No, that's not what I said. I said when I came on here, nobody condones that. That's a bad precedent to set. But if they did it, I would understand it because they see me as an enemy. I don't necessarily see Charlie Kirk as an enemy, but I see the people who see me as an enemy. Like who shot first does matter. Okay, this is a chronological thing. They keep shooting at us, and we're not supposed to do anything. We just sit on our hands. And I'm not even saying
kill more white people than white people kill niggas now, right? But it's on TV.
Who kills who? Black?
More black people kill white people than white people kill black
that shit. That don't even make no
sense.
Now
we don't believe. We got it, bro.
You got
I don't believe that shit. There are 300 million whites. So you saying that 50 million blacks are killing 300, chipping away that 300 million whites? That's crazy. More white people kill more white people.
I don't think historically.
This is documented.
I wouldn't say historically, but I could agree with that currently.
I don't know about that. Bro.
We
need. No, I'm not even talking about.
We gotta get the new brothers in. Hold on, we gotta get the new brothers in.
My bad. Let me get out of here. Y'all have a good one, man. I gotta bounce.
All right, Charlie.
Hey, what's up, y'all? How's my audio? Am I coming through clear?
Yeah.
All right, what's good? First of all, I think the word that I want to attribute to what I guess Charlie, I don't even want to repeat that shit. I get the word is that comes to my brain is facetious, right? He's being facetious. He's taking something serious and making a mockery, a joke, or whatever out of it. Which I mean, you can do that, but I don't think. For me personally, it takes the human decency out of it, right? Because I'm thinking about all the people on this panel, and Mr. Fantastic, you took my damn points that I was going to talk about. So I'm like, well, fuck, I got to repeat a little bit of what you said. So I look at all of y'all on here who've had channels, right? And y'all been speaking for many years, right? Throughout the conversations, you all have said something that may have tiptoed the line or gone over the line, right? Whether you've acknowledged it or noticed it or you don't care, right? There are things that have been said amongst you guys as creators that could warrant someone to be highly offended or highly feel some type of way, right? But do you deserve to be, taken out because of that? No. This man, I'm trying to take the race out of it, right? The man was a 32-year-old married with 2 kids, a son and a daughter, giving a speech in one of the whitest states in America, you know what I'm saying? With at a college, you know what I'm saying? It just bogs my mind, how something like that you could look at that and be like, well, hey, niggas get killed every day, B. When you see what happened, I'm still,
Kirk, though.
Huh?
I'm sorry, my fault. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah. But for me, I'm still messed up by it because I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Because I just don't think that is something I would put myself in that shoes if I had a family and kids. Do I deserve to be taken? Not deserve, but is it right for me to be taken out that way? It's not a mass shooting. That person came to shoot that one person, and that's it. Gone. And I don't think we put enough impact on that. So that's my only statement. I just wanted to say that.
Well, I think the sad thing about it, and for me initially, when I first heard the news, I wasn't surprised though. Following Charlie Kirk, I wasn't surprised. When he goes on those college campuses, they don't like him. They want him. He knows a lot. He was highly educated. He knows a lot about a lot of things, and they resented him for that. They hate the fact that he could speak intelligently about a lot of things. And the heat that they came at him with on a regular basis was astronomical. Every time you see him, like I said, he was anti-chaos. He spoke against fans only. OnlyFans. He spoke against OnlyFans. He spoke against abortion. And if you like any of that, then you wouldn't like him.
And majority of them.
And that's why and white people are violent and evil for the most part. Not in a monolith, but for the most part, they move like that. That's why we probably have more empathy than they do, just because of how our energy is. But they don't like him, they went at him. They didn't like Trump, they went at him. I mean, that's what they do.
Tea leaves.
They just ain't assassinated nobody in quite some time.
So I want to let Aaron respond to T Lee, then we get MR. MRN was good, my brother. Then we get MRN right after that. You are?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief. T Lees, let me just help you manage your expectations to a degree. Social and political discourse can be very divisive. And when you have the most forward-facing individuals on one side or another of that discourse, so much so that they galvanize a great number of people, you're going to see this all the time. There are going to be attempts, some failures, some successes, but you're going to see people on the podium, on college campuses, in cars and parades. Happened to Trump. It happened to him. It happened to MLK. It happened to Malcolm X. It happened to the president. What's his name? Kennedy. In the vehicle. That's the whole point of it. It's not about necessarily the life. It's about the message. And the best way to send a message immediately is to send it in a way where it's televised publicly in broad day. Do you remember the scene that HAMP puts from Juice? In broad day. It's about the message. It's not about the life. It would be poison or some behind closed door shit if that was the case. Okay, I'm saying understand the evil that you're dealing with and how it's going to manifest.
Yeah, and my only point was like I guess somebody tried to make the distinction that we're not as evil as them. I guess, but I don't know, man. I just know that we've all said some things that could have been said or felt or I just look at if I replace him with y'all and that same thing happened, man, it'll tear me up. And I'm not trying to put that in the atmosphere, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
no,
I'm just looking at it from a human aspect of it, you know?
That's why I said manage your expectations. The louder the voice, the more abrasive the statement, the more you have to be willing to accept the consequence that this might be you. That's all I'm saying.
Understood. I feel y'all. Appreciate it.
MRM was good.
Ah, man, it's been a long time, Hemp. I've been in the back. My mic sound pretty good to y'all.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, I've been chilling in the back. I ain't been on no panels in a long time. Been taking care of a lot of outside business, but I can't say this though. Just man, I guess it hits different because I personally knew him, him, and a lot of other people. We shared the stage in a lot of different places, and in fact, I was supposed to be going on tour with them next year to be hitting up a bunch of different states. So it kind of hits me a little different. I can understand a lot of different opinions on the panel, but it's different when you personally know somebody and you really get to understand their heart behind closed doors. But what I do hate is something that I said to him when we had a personal conversation. Brandon Tatum, a few other folks when we was up in Chicago. I said, man, Charlie, I said, you get a taste of what it's kind of like to be somewhat like I am. He's like, what do you mean? I said, a lot of stuff that I call out amongst the black community and the backlash I get for that being called, the Uncle Tom, the bootlegger coon, porch nigga, house nigga, tap dancing for the white man, all that, Sambo. I said, the way I get treated for just pointing out truths amongst us, I said, you get that same thing from yours. I said, the only difference is that I know y'all say, crime amongst black is high, which that may be true statistically. I said, but when I go to Chicago, we go to these places that we speak. Most likely, I'm just keeping it real because I grew up there. I'm not being nowhere out open like that. I'm just keeping it real. But I said, most of the time, people will, they get hot-headed and things like that. But if you ever seen one of my speaking engagements when I talk, at the end, they see that I'm not coming from a place of trying to condemn them or even from a place of trying to be condescending. They see it's coming from a place of love, right? But dude, seeing that today, I done seen people in Chicago get killed and things like that. I've never seen nobody get sniped, and it kind of hits close to home, in the sense that I've known him for years now. Like I said, we shared the stage and things like that. I met his wife, his kids, and all that. Went out a few times. I don't know, man. It's horrible. It's horrible that it happened, but at the same time, I don't think that no matter what we do, I don't think when it comes down to a point of somebody being evil and wanting to take you out, I really don't think there's too much that we'll be able to do anything about that, especially in a case like him on a high profile level like this, though. So I don't know what. That's not me.
That's Keys, Mike. Yeah, no, man. It's yeah, my main thing with it, MRN is like MRM is you know how people are doing content, you know, and words. And I guess words have always mattered. I mean, we had boxing matches because motherfuckers said the wrong thing, you know, and you don't control your escalations, right? They see us, we don't see them. Right? It's 530 people in the chat. You know what I mean? You what's the control mechanism? You know? And but I guess to Aaron's point, ain't nothing new under the sun. Niggas been paying for their words for a long time, I guess. To your point, seeing it in HD, right? Somebody getting their head knocked off looks different from the MLK shit, from the JFK shit, because we see it, but it's, you know, the quality's so bad, you know. And my thing is just from a content creation standpoint, you know, like just seeing it and like, yo, you doing street interviews that changed my mind, shit, at the campuses and all that. Like, what does that do to the landscape? My other concern is there's a fever pitch, right? I always feel it. I think that's going to increase dramatically. And this is all I'm saying. I'm not antagonizing nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going around, but I'm not fucking playing. Right? And because I know they ain't playing with me. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how I feel. Not even on no tough guy, but I'm not going to be playing. You're going to get everything I got if it go to that point. You know? Win, lose, or draw, right? So just because people, you know, with the white girl on the bus, it just a lot of shit get balled up into one, and you don't miss nothing in the news. Nothing. You know, I was saying when I first opened up MRM and everybody who maybe just got here, our news was local as shit. If you were from a violent place, that's what you would see, right? But you didn't see shit from across now you get that shit in real time. Boy get his head knocked off, you could see it in HD. The girl get stabbed up, you could see that shit in HD. And that be hitting people differently, I mean. So it's kind of like my diatribe, you know, just to kind of reset in terms of what I was thinking. But nah, I don't know. I think overall, and I don't know him that well either, to be honest. You know,
wasn't Charlie Kirk affiliated with Turning Point USA or something like that?
Affiliated. He was a co. Yeah.
Well, I know he founded an organization called Turning Point, but there's like a parent organization called Turning Point USA.
Yeah, he co-founded Turning Point USA.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, listen, this conversation centered around Charlie Kirk, it's just going to be controversial. Like I was watching on Twitter, I was watching MSNBC. They flat out call this dude divisive and polarizing. You understand what I'm saying? On MSNBC. At the same time, you know, saying that it was sad that he lost his life and all that kind of stuff. I'm looking at the political tone in the country, man. And I think that, you know, we would be remiss if we just ignore that we're living in very polarizing times when it comes to people's political views. Very polarizing times. And Donald Trump is not he ain't got his foot off the gas. I'm telling you, like he's pushing this, you know, the way, you know, these emotions and stuff in America. I really think that and people are gonna, you know, they're gonna shoot shots at me, but I just think that it has a lot to do with the tone in the country and what's being pushed in America and how divided America is, you know. But even Turning Point USA was denounced by people in the right-wing party because of how extreme views that they carry. And I just think that needs to be recognized, though, you know.
Right. Now, one of the things, not to cut you off, one of the things that I always said, and I'm talking about when I go and speak in different places, I don't just speak in red or blue. People have me come and speak on both sides. And the reason why I let them know, I said, I'm not for the right, I'm not for the left. I just come and if it's about righteousness, that's what I'm about. So I am in a position where if you can't take the criticism of what it is when I come and speak, and I have actually, when I give them the contract, I let them know, and this is true. And this one, I'm not just saying this just to flatter you or anything, him, but when I'm doing my work, I watch you guys a lot. I watch everybody I've ever been on the panel with. I watch a lot of you guys. I have y'all up in the background and a lot. And one thing I can say about your channel, what I do like about it, and it's something that I do when I go to speaking engagements, or if we get into these debates, if the whole premise is not on the fact that we all are actually trying to arrive to a conclusion on something, I'm like, I don't want to be a part of it. So, for example, before this tour that we're going to do next year, it was all about going in front of a crowd and speaking about certain things that I've gone through, same things that I handle, how I handle the situation, and how other folks can handle the certain thing too, if they have a certain type of mindset in regards to it. But in regards to them saying, hey, you would be good to go on these camps, because I was going to do it at one point. You'd be good to go on these campuses to go back and forth, because if we have somebody like you and you can kind of, debunk some of these things. But I'm like, all the videos that I've seen, I'm just keeping it real. It's all about I got you, because the people that you're debating with, they actually are not trying to get no answer or arrive to the truth or anything. It's just want to go back and forth. And usually when it's like that, I'm like, I don't want to be a part of that right there. I've done this too long to be just going back and forth, just try to get an aha moment or get a viral clip point on you or a mic drop. So
majority of them people are already heavily indoctrinated by what they want to believe in. So it's like, what's the point?
Agreed. Presupposition and confirmation bias is being seeked often, so we definitely understand that, man. I don't know. Key, what up? JT, what up?
What's
Key, what you got?
What's going on, Ham? How you doing, man?
I'm regular, man. What's good?
What up, fam? Man, this is crazy. When I was at work, when I saw it happen and stuff like that, and it was kind of crazy to see, both sides, people talking about, it's good, it's both sides talking about crazy stuff. But my whole thing was, it was kind of like, I think Freezy was talking about how ironic what he was talking about when it happened. And that
I was
kind of,
talking about it. But
oh,
yeah.
my bad, Cheeky, my bad, apologize, my bad. But that's what was kind of crazy to me, because I like Charlie Kirk a little bit, 'cause I watched his stuff, especially during the election time and all them, times. But things where he stayed on the black people about how he's so violent and stuff, that kind of blew, like he kept on with that narrative. And you and Fantastic and Aaron did a show not too long ago to really break down that, what the percentage of the black people that's really doing the crime and stuff like that. And I think, as much as the intelligence he had, he could have did the same thing, but he came with the same little very underlying statement of how black people are violent and things like that. And it's just crazy that, it's like, happened where a white person, people don't talk about the white crime, as you was talking about as one show, as they saying transsexuals, but they're white men. You feel me? They're not literally talking about white people doing things that's violent in this world, in this country, but they're, using different ways of terminology to using different terminology to kind of undermine it's white people doing crazy shit. You feel me? They will use, he was transsexual or anything, other umbrellas or something else. We're not saying white man, but if you see as the unaliving of the white girl, y'all just saying black man. Y'all not saying he's homeless. You're not saying he has mental problems. You saying black man. You feel me? So that's where it's kind of crazy. Kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So essentially they'll say transgender, etc., when they should be saying white man, right? It's like circumventing it, right? So they don't have to say the exact verbiage. Yeah, I understand that. That's what we were talking about on the thing. Let me ask y'all a question, right? Not to derail it, but we kind of like, should it be about race, etc.? So I'm hearing that point a lot about Charlie Kirk, right? About how he's talking about black people violent, etc. When you assess the violent demographic, are black people and what's reported the most violent when you talk about violent demographic? So I'm talking about people that have been arrested for violence. You see, that's its own sect of people, own subset of people, right? That's a group. Within that group, are we questioning the reporting, or if he's saying based on that group, let's say since 2019, because that's usually the FBI chart that we usually see, agreed, right? We usually see that one that's kind of put together well.
Yeah.
So what I heard him say,
I guess my question is he incorrect? Right.
So
I hear us arguing about it, but is he incorrect?
What
No.
his stick was that what he was saying is what happened to the black. He kept asking what has happened to the black community, because back in the day we had like the same things that people you hear the talking points that we had high marriage rates. We had both parents in the home, and that black folk were doing better back in the day than they are now. How is that possible with the amount of money that has been dumped into the black community, helpful programs, all of these programs and things? What's the other chick name? Candace Owens. A lot of the same things that she speaks about, Charlie and her used to see eye to eye on a lot of things like that. So, I mean, what he was saying is basically true. I mean, it can be taken as malicious.
Let's
but
keep up
to answer your question.
Guys, do me a favor.
Yes,
it's
he's
10
right.
of us.
He was
Let's
right.
keep the opinions more concise.
I'll be super brief. I'll be super brief. To quote another philosopher, DJ Hamp, you can't cuss him if you don't love him. Whatever comes out of that hole under your nose, you can't cuss him if you don't love him. Fact or fiction. That's all I got.
Yeah, so his whole thing was the 13% aspect, and he was comparing the 13% versus the amount of crime that's being used. So according to the data statistics that you have supported by the FBI crime statistics, that's what he was going off him. So I guess now niggas are saying that's not the case, or we don't believe the numbers or fudge the numbers or whatever. I don't fucking know.
No,
but that's the basis.
I don't never said that. I'm just how a lot of his talking, like just on the black community, that's what his main topic was. And where I say it was like, I feel like it wasn't really Mace. Like I said, I follow Charlie Kirk, and a lot of things I kind of agreed with him in. But when it came to the point of how he kept saying, like, oh no, he was almost pretty much saying, nobody was doing violence except black people. Like he literally made it seem like that. Yeah, I'm like, no, there's literally like there was constantly problems that and mass shootings and stuff like that, and we almost act like that's not a serious thing. And I would look at it as too. I mean, black people killing each other is horrible, bro. I don't condone it. I live in LA.
What are you disagreeing with, though, Key? So this what I'm asking about.
Okay, my bad. The point of disagreeing is just
right?
It's the point of that was he. I think he just kept it as black people just was violent and not being nigga. These people we are violent. These like it was like that's why I look at it. He just kept it as black people are the violent ones. And it didn't make sense, especially with the stats, it made sense. Especially the stats y'all came up with as the only like 1%, 2% of the black community actually commit these crimes. So, he was always used, the black fathers. That means it would be more crime than if it was, because 60% of us almost have black, had no fathers in the home. So I think that would be more crime.
So just real quick, and then we got to get JT in. So again, what he was doing was he was talking about the overrepresentation of crime for the small percentage that we have. It's not even still it's the same thing that applies across the board. So it's still the same thing that tracks for all races of people and all criminals, just like 1% of the population. Yeah. What he's saying is, and it's right in his act, is fucking we overrepresent in crime due to our fucking size and population. That's all he did.
Okay, so if that's what he was doing, and just right before I get JT in, Freezy, if that's what he was doing, right? Simply looking at a data set, right, about a percentage, understanding that there's 40 million black people, it's 15 or 20,000 people doing crime, right? So we know that that's a nominal number in comparison to 40 million. Right. But when you assess the 20,000 people doing crime, if 10,000 of them are black, in terms of crime, is that a valid issue? And is he being disingenuous to articulate it in such a way?
I mean, two things can be true at the same time. I mean, it is true, right? Like there is an overrepresentation of crime when it comes to the percentage of black people in America. I agree with that. I really didn't listen to a lot of Charlie Kirk's speeches and stuff, but if Kay is right, if majority of the time he focused on that, I would ask questions. Why are you focused? Why is this such a big focal point? Doing your speeches and everything. So
it was the subject at hand.
Yeah, because if you cussing them and not loving them, that must mean you trying to.
You chopping up, Aaron.
I said, yeah, because if you cuss him, but you're not loving him, it sounds like you're trying to denigrate him. Like if all you do is just bring up the bad, but you're not interested in having a conversation about a solution, then you're just trying to paint a narrative. It sounds like.
Well, no, he's debating, Aaron. He's debating. It's not his job as a white man to figure out what the hell is going on with black people.
Right.
So
I'm talking about, for example, when he talked about that Ukraine girl on that train. He kept saying that this black man stabbed this white. He wasn't debating anybody. He was just covering the story, and he placed emphasis on race, almost as if to race bait. And it's like, if you're going to do that without being interested in any kind of solution or rehabilitative conversation after that, it sounds like you're trying to denigrate. I'm just saying what it sounds like.
Yeah,
no, and then
okay.
Well, he was forming a question more so. He was more. I mean, a lot of the time he was asking people, "This is what I'm going to give you the data. You tell me what the answer is. You tell me how we change this."
Yeah, but those are
because all he was saying was he believed that it's due to the absence of the black father in the home. Do you have something to support something else as the cause of other than that?
Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well?
He's loud as shit. He can't.
Okay, those questions are loaded, right? So if I present data to you in a way, right, that formulates an opinion purposely, then I ask you a question about what I presented, that will be loaded, right? There's an obvious answer based on the path I led you down. So I don't hear that in the same way. And when we were looking at the video specifically regarding the girl, he was saying black, 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 black. And this wasn't being covered, kind of just the stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not putting him in that box. I don't know enough, but from what I saw, I know what that is. You know what I mean?
That's all I'm saying. Yep.
It's political though. So his point wasn't quote unquote black people as much as it was
why we ain't covering it.
The liberal support the liberal coverage of when a black man does a crime to a white girl versus the white policeman that kills a black person.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the coverage, right? They don't politicize it because it doesn't grab the attention and it doesn't have the same reaction from people.
Yeah. So that's all he.
I know, but the racial undertone allows the salacious.
Yeah, I got you. That's all. Yeah, I agree there. I see what you're saying. It's just that we take a black eye for it, even though we're not the main target.
Yeah,
but also in the movies to make call out like what they do in the left wing
Mr.
media
Fantastic.
as well.
Would you say as how?
Hold on.
It's two people talking.
Hey, listen. Yeah, if you're on your phone, right? You're gonna have a little bit of delay, and then the phones are loud, and we can't quite tweak the microphone. So just be cognizant of that. You know what I mean?
I'm about to dip though. I just want to say peace out to everybody.
All right, Cheek, be safe.
All right, Cheek, man.
Yeah, be safe.
All right. Let me get MRM real quick, Key, and then I'll get JT for a new,
So what I was saying is that also he did it in a way to call out what a lot of the media does as well, that if it was the opposite way around, they put the emphasis on it. So it's almost like putting it back in y'all face. Like if it was a white person that did it to a black person, y'all know those left-wing media, MSNBC, they'll go real hard on this white man did this to this black woman, and see black people are still dealing with this, So his purpose of doing that was to say, here go to hypocrisy. I'm going to keep on saying black man did it to this white woman. So that was his purpose of doing it. And then also, like I said, because I went on a lot of speaking things with them. These things are chopped up. Like when we do these speaking things, we're out there for like 3-4 hours. Like we are out there for 3 or 4 hours going back and forth with people, right? So what ends up happening is that you get showed what Charlie Kirk's team edits. And if they want to show it to where he's always talking about what's going on with blacks, because that's going to be the thing that's going to probably drive the views or drive the algorithm, then in our minds, if you watch that, it's like all this dude talk about is blacks. But if you ever been to one live, it's a broad, man, they're covering everything, things y'all wouldn't even think about, like how I'm gonna be done with this, I'm gonna land it. Like things like if a person transitioned by getting their cells redeveloped down there, we go deep into things like that as well, but those things don't get shown because that's not what people have a high interest on when it comes to putting it out on the internet. So
so you know what that does though, MRM, he's accountable then. So if he's selecting those things and he understands what's being said about him every time he selects those things, he's complicit in how he's seen, and it's perfect.
I completely agree, and that's why like what I said, I'm like, man, some of us, like, I don't have no editors. Like, I have no editors. I do this stuff all myself. And a lot of times, as busy as he is, he doesn't even see these. Like I know for a fact there's no way that they're dropping like 60, 70 shorts after these things. There's no way Charlie is seeing all those. Now, what he might see that if it ends up going viral or something like that, and it comes back, hey, yeah, this one did good, but the other stuff, he don't even know those things even dropped. So
yeah, no, I'm sure they're definitely, yeah, no, that
that goes back to what the Cheeky said, right? The irony, that last question that he was asked about mass shootings, the guy asked him about mass. He was like, are we including gang violence or whatever? And I knew how the guy was asking the question. He was asking about like mass shootings as far as like school shootings or whatever, or just like the guy in Jacksonville when he went into the Dollar Tree and he shot up the Dollar Tree. He was talking about shootings like that. And then Charlie Kirk, he interjected the gang shootings, or whatnot. And so I was just like, even before I even seen the shooting, I was like, why did he say that? Why would he? I understand that, right? But that was
not reported the same. Like, like I said, grew up in Chicago. If you hear about 7, 8 people getting shot, that I guess it's because it's so common among us. That's not looked at as a mass shooting. But so that's why he threw in the, are we talking about gang violence? Because if we talking about gang violence, if 3 or more people get shot, that's considered a mass shooting. So like I said, I've seen him do this before, and I knew what he was trying to do when he did that. But yeah, I get you. I got you. I see what you're saying.
So let me get Key, and then I'll get JT.
Just one little thing. I feel like, I think we have the understanding how Fantastic would say they, just use us as, part of it, but we're not part of it. I think we get now accept that Republicans, because I voted for Trump, but more I've been after this, all this stupid stuff like been going on. I almost got to look at it as they use both of us use us as a tool. You feel me? Republicans will use us, to change, to show violence and everything like that. Then Democrats will use us to try to get a vote. Saying we're so, both sides use us so much, and that's why I'm kind of like now it's getting kind of shaky on the shit. Especially our people. It's getting kind of crazy. I don't like that part, and that's it.
What's crazy? What does getting crazy look like?
That you really notice that you are really a chess piece. Like, as much as, you got to understand that our people, to me, is a chess piece. I mean, as much as I thought that we wasn't, now, at the point of when I was going through, like, like I said, I voted for Trump, and I was like, nah, we got to, us black people got to, it's our fault a little bit, things like that. But if you look at it, they going any way we do, anything good or bad we do, or if we not doing no good or bad, they'll try to find a way to publicize it and use us as a way to, to do something in the world. I mean, literally, I feel like it starts with black people, then you can do it to anybody else, honestly.
The Democrats too. They, election time.
I said both sides. Literally, both sides.
We've been pawns since LBJ.
Let me get JT before y'all expound on Key's thoughts. JT, what's popping?
What's going on, boy? What's popping with you, man? What up, everybody? Fantastic, crazy.
What up,
nice,
man?
What's popping, man?
To it.
Man, what's up, Doc? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. So this is one of the things I wanted to say is that I think the message that was sent now is shut up. Shut the fuck up. The thing is that when you look at Charlie Kirk, this is probably, I've only been following him probably for about 8 months. And what made me get intrigued and follow what he was doing was because he went to the institutions that are highly liberal. These highly liberal institutions where some of our supposed to be brightest, more energetic, the ones that are actually who he's supposed to challenge to think, right? That institution was where he went to. And what it was doing was catching fire because it was more than him that started to do this. So what I looked at was that message is leave our kids alone. We got them right where we needed to have them. Because when you go on these, I'm right in the middle where I work at. I work in the middle of U of M, right? Totally liberal. All you see is my body, my, what's that? Those little logos, the Black Lives Matter. They still saying Black Lives Matter. They, you know, where they have those big old rocks and stuff at, and they paint the rocks and stuff like that, those historical rocks. You would still see that. Black Lives Matter. You would still see my body, my choice. You would still see all these different liberal things that's there. I think Charlie Kirk and other young folks, which he was only 31 years old, that's where they went. Instead of them arguing with old ass people that ain't been doing shit but doing what the people tell them to do, I think he went to the youngest, the brightest, and supposedly anyway, and he challenged them to think outside of what they've been conditioned to think while they're in there. I got 2 kids that went to HBCUs, and one of the things I knew, they started thinking nothing but liberal. Like a lot of times, like now I got one that's 28. She's getting out of that just thinking liberal type of thinking. She's starting to think both sides now. I got another one that just graduated last year. Shit. And she's getting out of that, right? Now they're in the real world. And I think that people in him, they started to get together and say, this is what we want to do. We want to go out here and we want to challenge the ones that's getting out here before they get out here in this world. We want to challenge them. We want to challenge them thinking. That's why he said, I'm not going to just have one microphone. I got a microphone and I'm going to give them a microphone.
You're
and I'm
saying
gonna
that
let them.
say what though, JT? What's your overarching premise?
That assassination is a message telling people like him, shut the fuck up and leave our kids alone.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up and leave our fucking kids alone. We good.
I think it's the double thing, right? JT. Oh shit, I got balloon.
Triggering the thing, yeah.
Your wife must have did that to your daughter.
Do this. Go like this.
I'm never doing that. So I think it's twofold. I like, because at first I was like, nah, but I see it in terms of you get to people where their minds are still being molded and they think they have a valid opinion, and then you challenge them on those things, and hopefully a few of them start to see it differently, right? I understand that. I also know this. Those are soft targets. You know what I'm saying? But who do you go to change the minds, right? 40-year-olds, are they going to be malleable? You know what I mean? Especially if you see the earth, if you see our country being more liberal in a way in which is negative, then you have to go to that source, you know? But debating them youngins, like, they just be so, you know, but it is what it is.
What they need to say.
Like, what else can you do? You have to debate them. You know what I'm saying?
That beats the hell out of going to the elementary schools and talking about fairies to children.
Yeah, elementary school kids mad dumb.
But I mean, to your point though, Hant, right? Like, if you're gonna debate you're gonna impact tomorrow, you gotta get with tomorrow's leaders, and they're on campuses. And debate is perfect, the perfect platform to use to get at them, because debate is something that can be easily televised and podcasted and live streamed and all that sort of thing, which is right up their alley. My question is, you know what I mean? I was still making the point, but so after that, my question is, do you think this has or should put Ben Shapiro on notice?
Well, so I don't
You better
even
be on notice.
So this part though. What's up, Mike? Let me ask you this part. What's up, Mr. Williams? Let me ask Mr. Williams and Mike, and I want to get your opinion. So let's say he racist, right? Whatever you think that is, the racist that you don't like. Okay. Let's just
Ben or the deceased.
You said what?
Ben or the deceased?
Kirk. I don't even. Yeah.
Kirk. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So let's say he's the racist that you think whatever you think is a racist, he that. But then he's speaking against abortion, right? He's not for LGBTQ. He's for families. Can I parse out that stuff? Or if he's a racist, do I got to throw all that shit away?
No, he's a racist. No, I'm not throwing that shit away.
That's a good question. Good question. He's still a
racist.
If
I'm not throwing that away. And the one thing that I am sick of, we sound weak as a race, as black men, because now we crying over these white men and everything, and they get to do whatever the hell they want to. We already do enough to each other, but now we're gonna shed tears for somebody who has out and open. If you look at every interview he's ever done, he shits on the black people. He shits on us. Now we got black men standing up for white men. I thought we was trying to correct our community. Now we got men kissing white men's ass. The same stuff we talk about. Oh, the black women, they copying off the white women. So what the hell are y'all doing there? Because how are we uplifting our community? There was a standard. Even when I was a kid, black people, no matter what we went through, we were the strongest. But now we weeping for who? We weeping? Oh, we debating? There was no debate. It was a conversation, and we found solutions. That's what it used to be when I was a kid. There was no debate. Now we debating over a white motherfucker who could care less about y'all, but y'all want to cry and we form. Oh, he had this point here. Are you serious? If he says one thing negative about a black man, what the hell are you even on his side for? But like I said, those who voted for Trump, they act like y'all not paying higher gas and groceries and everything has not went up.
Gas is went down.
Oh, you're covered. But your shit is high just like mine. I had a federal job as well. My shit has went up too.
All right, so Mike,
done.
okay. Mike, you can obviously reply to Mr. Williams, but I do have offer you the same question I had.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'll make my point opposite of his. His is pretty, opposite of mine, I guess. I guess I'm gonna try to lay out like the thing about. I get that anybody.
My question, Mike.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't throw it away.
Okay,
I don't
go
throw
ahead.
out what the person says because I look at racist as a very extreme term. I think you said it already, Hamp. Everybody racist by those standards. I had to ask myself, does Charlie Kirk talk more shit about black men than black men talk shit about white men? I don't think so. We be saying these crackers are oppressors. We be saying these crackers be doing X. Like literally, do we hear ourselves not doing the exact same thing? So if I'm gonna look at it objectively, I got more in common with Charlie Kirk than we do different. We're both family men. We both married. We both Christians. We both all this. And then I talk just as much shit as he talk about people who ain't doing that. I'm telling you, this is not a race war. It's a culture war.
But
Anybody
Mike,
that can, anybody that can,
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I know
y'all
what it means,
emotions.
but you black. He's
You gotta let him
on,
finish
control
though. You
your
gotta let him
emotions.
finish. You gotta
This
let him
is-
finish, and then
this is
you got the
more-
first. Hold on, Mike. Let me baseline it if you don't mind. Let him finish, and then you got the first retort, and then we'll go around.
Yeah. So the issue that I have with people with like Charlie Kirk is that if you disagree with him, you can debate him. That's the point. I'm not petty enough, nor am I weak enough to think a man should be shot because he's talking shit. I'm just going to talk shit right back. Those are the rules of engagement. I got plenty of shit to say about white people. I don't deserve to get shot for it, and neither did he. All right. So if I'm talking shit to him, he could talk shit back to me. If he punched me, I could punch him back. That's the way the rules of engagement work. I'm not gonna sit here and dump out every good thing he ever said because he has questionable and sometimes one-sided biases. I got my own biases and prejudices about people. We make jokes all day about other races, but somehow when it becomes about us, that person got to be condemned. Like I think it makes it. You said it makes us look weak. That makes us look weak. It makes us look emotionally weak that we can dish out all this shit, but we can't take nothing.
Mr. Williams,
I get that point, but at the same time, he got killed by somebody of his own race.
We don't know that yet.
Allegedly.
And they hunting for him. But my whole thing is, regardless. So that means what? You agree with his ideology, like you said. A white man. I don't give a damn about that. Talk about a black man. See, I know a couple of black men that got out of here today, yesterday, and the other day. But my whole thing is we're talking about that white man. Why? Because it's politically correct for you. It benefits you because you deal with the party he deals with. I don't respect that. I don't care how y'all feel about it.
But Mr. Williams, let me ask you.
We're having a conversation about a black man when
JT, let me respond real quick.
Talk about black men and black women.
Yes,
and
sir.
now
Yes,
I'm supposed to what? Weep for him.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Hold up.
Yeah, I'm
Because
sorry.
he was talking about black men at the time when he got, shot at.
He wasn't talking about black men. Huh?
He said gun. I don't think he said gang. I think he said gun.
Allegedly, he was talking about what culture.
No, he mentioned gang violence.
Hey, don't pretend like
You
y'all
said gang. Okay.
really know. If you really know what he talks about, then you know he talks about us. Quit acting like he doesn't speak on us. Quit acting like he doesn't speak on our race. Just because he talks about his, yes, he's a white man. He's going to talk about them, but he talks about us. And he talks about us bad. Yeah. Don't act like it's not a million clips out here. He's one thing known for. He clips up everything he wants out. How many black clips does he have? Why you sitting here and you want to, we should look at it, man. I'm not hearing that. The fact of the matter is he's a supporter of making America great again, passing out hats, throwing them out and everything. It's just the fact of the matter, he thought he was comfortable with his own kind. Guess what you should do? Stick with your own kind sometimes.
All right, bet. So just real quick, Mr. Williams, do you believe that family is the most important thing?
Of course I do. Family.
Do you believe that? Hold on. Do you believe that children need their fathers? Of course you do. You got kids.
Don't
and I guess this is the one I'm asking.
Yeah,
do you
we've
believe
had this
that
conversation?
Do you believe the LGBT agenda should be kept out of the school system?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, all right. I'm only asking you that because if you believe all of that,
trying to get me into one of those.
No. Just let me land. Just let me land.
Mike,
just let me land.
Conversation with me, and don't try to give me these.
Here's the baseline of you guys conversing. He doesn't care about all that stuff, Mike, because he already answered my initial question. He throwing everything out if he erases. You don't matter.
Got you. What I'm saying is, outside of the things that you don't like about Charlie Kirk, you might actually learn if you agreed with everything I just said, that you have more in common with him than you do apart from him. All right. Yeah. So these are hold on, because you are making it about race. It ain't about race with me. If somebody is saying things that I wholeheartedly agree with, that I think has taken over our society, if I don't want LGBT agenda in schools, if I do believe family is most important, and here's the funny part about this, because y'all keep saying this is the white man's agenda. I ain't never met a white man more conservative than me by tradition. My whole family is conservative. Everybody in my family is married. My people more married than his people. So he don't believe I'm not trying to be like him. He's trying to be like me. I resonate with his message because he's trying to be like me.
Mike,
so you can't say this is a white man's agenda.
In common with him, though. See, this is what you did when you first came up on fire. Hey, I was born in wedlock. I know community. I understand that. I'm still doing it now. What I'm saying is, just don't go with them and then shit on us. If we're gonna do it, then yeah, it's cool for everybody to do it together. But nah, you trying to do one agenda now. And I hate that shit because now it's, I gotta feel for him. I gotta feel. You gonna send him some fucking roses and shit? You gonna do that?
Hey, let me ask a question. I think we understand your argument. Freezy MRM. Because Mr. Williams said, yo, he a racist. I don't give a fuck what he got to say. Right? If I substitute racist with pedophile, am I going too far?
Yeah.
Like at what point is too much? So a pedophile can't tell. I don't give a fuck what he got going on. A rapist, I don't give a fuck what he got going on. A racist, I don't give a fuck what he got going on or what. How does this work?
Well, it
You know
depends
what?
on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I don't have racial qualities or prolific qualities. I do have racial qualities.
I'll let
Oh,
MRM
I
first.
know. No. I know there's only one Freezy and only one MRM in the whole world. For sure. I know this. Let me tell you. I know this is Big Aaron. This is my new OG B Middleton with the terrible microphone. Neither one of their names is Freezy for sure.
That's my bad. I spoke out of place. I'll take accountability. My fault.
MRM, you know what he taught me? Ask for forgiveness, not permission. So that don't even, you know what I mean? Go ahead, MRM.
No, it's just like what you just said. If they just like in there saying I don't give a crap, then I just don't engage. Okay, there's no point.
Okay.
I think being a racist is different from being a PDF file. Right? I don't have any qualms with somebody being a racist, to be honest with you. I think every ethnicity in America should practice some degree of racism for their own cultural group. I think it's healthy, and I don't really have negative viewpoints unless it's very extreme to where you're bombarding on somebody else's privacy or culture or life or something like that, right? But I think we should stop tiptoeing around the fact that the Anti-Defamation League has accused Charlie Kirk, God bless the dead, and his organization Turning Point of being very extremist, right? So we have to, if we're going to talk about, I would rather just check out of the conversation about Charlie Kirk if we can't just tell the truth about all the facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that he lost his life, and we should show some degree of sensitivity or whatever, which I have. But the facts are the facts. Like, it was asked if Charlie Kirk was a racist. Okay, I'm just going to spew the facts. He was accused, just take it off of me or anybody else on this panel. The Anti-Defamation League has accused him of very extremist viewpoints and Turning Point, right? So let's just have a real conversation. That's all I'm saying.
What happened when they did that for real, and then he was getting ready to sue them, and they had to recount it on The View?
Well, hold on, just real quick. What was your question?
Wait, hold on. You said what happened now?
Yeah, what you just got done saying, they hit Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA with that same thing, and The View had to go on there and do their little legal note and all that because they was about to get blasted and sued out of the wazoo because they did that to them.
Well, no, here it is. The Anti-Defamation League, the Anti-Defamation League always gets sued. You know, when you understand what I'm saying? They're always in litigation. That's not a new thing. What I'm saying is that it's still true that he was accused of his extremist views. That's all.
No, I got you. Can you hear me? Hold on, just real. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Cool. So Freezy, do you know you setting a very, very slippery slope? Because guess who else they said was the extremist group and anti-Semitic?
The Hebrew Israelite.
Oh yeah, wow. So now the Hebrew Israelite is in the same boat as Charlie Kirk.
No. But the difference is we don't run away from those. Like let's say somebody called Freezy a racist, right? I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I do have racist views. I wouldn't be a Charlie Kirk and say, no, I'm not a racist just for political purposes. No, I just sat up here and said before I talked about the Anti-Defamation League that I think some degree of racism is healthy. I just said that.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So how do we distinct or discern what's the good part of racism, what's the bad part of racism? What's the
I just said it. If your racism is bombarding on somebody's actual life and the detriment of their life and privacy, right? That's when it becomes unhealthy. I don't went on record plenty times. I don't think there's nothing wrong with a degree of being racist. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. I'm telling you.
But that's the whole premise of everybody saying where it's okay. Mr. Williams up here saying fuck him because he alleged racist. Don't even care about him. What's name? So that's why I say we get on this slippery slope. And I think that you and Hamp are both right. Everybody's racist and it's more prejudice than anything. You get a group of people, it's tribalism. I think Trigger Mike said this all the time too, right? What it really is tribalism, but because everybody's soft as fuck and political speech and all this other shit, so on and so forth, we call it racism. So my point is, right? What you're doing is, right, and a person will come along and say, we have, we're talking about Charlie Kirk, so in the spirit of debate, well, hey, Hebrew Israelites the same way. So fucking Hebrew Israelites get their head blown off in the fucking middle of the street while they street preaching, doing whatever they doing. Everybody supposed to dance in the
But
street.
we understand that's what we're putting ourselves into. We say it all the time, right? The problem is it was asked to Trigger Mike if he thought that Charlie Kirk was a racist, and he said no, right? Now that's Trigger Mike's opinion, and I'm not up here to disrespect Trigger Mike's opinion. I'm just saying let's stop walking on eggshells, when we having this conversation about Charlie Kirk. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. We can talk about Hebrew Israelites all day, but I don't think you would find a Hebrew Israelite that will run away from the racist conversation. I don't think.
No. And I've heard it happen. I've heard Hebrew Israelites explain, "Hey, we're not racist at all. We're just for our people, and we're tribal, and we know who we are, and so on and so forth." Right? So, some run into it, I guess, but I've also heard some people. My bad, Hamp. Go ahead.
Fantastic.
Well, you need to send me. Hold on, Mr. Williams. This is more important right now.
Okay.
Send me their information.
Some YouTube niggas. I don't know them.
You're making definitive statements.
Yeah, that's because and also the reason why you can't take the ADL serious, so I kind of Freezy, I kind of agree with what he's saying. Is because they be on bullshit. Like for instance, they say anti-Semitic. What the fuck? Are they just making up words? It's anti-Shemitic is what they should be saying.
Right.
But a lot of people are Shemitic people, so you can't tell me I'm anti myself. So that you know what I mean? Like I just be looking at that shit. But I understand like the points that are being brought out.
Yet again, I'm not saying that a degree of racism is bad. That was my point.
Yeah. So Mr. Fantastic, he was responding. My question. Did you hear my question?
No,
pedophile rate. You know what I mean?
My point is.
He didn't agree with Mr. Williams essentially. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. My point is with the ADL is not the you can't use them as a measuring stick at all. It's like you said because it's an attack dog, right? It's an attack dog for people from Israel. I remember what they did to Kyrie Irving, right? Kyrie Irving simply said, "Hey, I know my people's on this over." I don't think anybody would say that Kyrie's a racist or Kyrie's anti-Semitic or any of those things, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you are targeted by that group and it helps progress whatever political means and other shit they got going on. You get typecast as anti-Semitic and racist and all these different things.
But we can go straight. We can go straight to the. We can go straight. We can revisit the pilot, the black pilot innuendo that he said, right? Not innuendo, but with the statement that he said when he said if he knew.
Hold on, Ms. Williams.
We can revisit the black pilot statement that he said, right? He said that he was asked that. If his pilot was black, how would he feel about that? And I think he said, if I realized my pilot was black, I would hope my first inclination was that I hope he's qualified, right? And that was viewed as a racist statement, just because he's black. Why are you?
In regards to what though? Why did he make that?
In regards to him just being black.
Yeah. Freezing. No, it was all about the DEI stuff.
So not overrun it. Let's give Freezy the information, and then he can make his proper discernment. So Freezy, what he was saying was this. Let me say it. I speak faster. So what he was essentially saying, it was a DEI conversation. So now I think it was United, the airline, that said that they are making it emphasis to hire people, black people, other races of people who want to be pilots, right? So if there was an emphasis on that, they would by proxy be sacrificing qualification and things of that nature. Because if you're saying I'm going to put these people in place, now you're questioning credentials, right? Because the agenda is to put those people in place. So now he said if he's flying with that airline and he sees a pilot who's black, he could have said Indian, whatever, but he did say black. To your point, he's like, I hope he's qualified, because they're saying they are hiring people based on race.
Was that around the same time those planes crashed and they thought it was a black pilot?
No, this was when the DEI was when they got rid of the whole DEI stuff and people were,
this was before that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it mattered to Freezy, right? I think Freezy knows what the fuck DEI mean. I think he knows DEI mean black to most people.
Come on, I mean,
and just real quick, because you said that I didn't think he was a racist. Like when Hamp said, if we use those other words, Those other words are far less subjective than the word racist, because when somebody black says, I don't think such and such person is a racist, everybody blow up. You didn't ask me if I thought he was prejudiced or extremely biased. I think he's prejudiced, right? I think he associates DEI with black people when black people are the least beneficial to DEI. He didn't do that research well enough. Right, he should have been talking about white women. He should have been talking about Hispanics and all of that. So I'm like, oh no, he's extremely prejudiced. He shouldn't have made that point because he didn't research it well enough. But the issue that I have is that I'm not a hypocrite. All of us are prejudiced like that. When we get behind closed doors, I'm cracking jokes on every motherfucking race in the goddamn world. You see what I'm saying? So I do not do that outwardly to other people and say, nah, now that he said some shit about me, it's on and popping. I was cracking jokes about white people to my wife over dinner 20 minutes ago.
But Trigger Mike, let me correct you. His argument on that whole DEI was not towards black folks. It was towards the damn LGBT. It was towards the other people. It was not. He argued against that. As a matter of fact, there was a debate he was having where he was debating the students that were of color, and they kept putting it as black folks, and he kept telling them, no, you guys are a minority when it comes down to the DEI. That y'all the lowest on the beneficiary. He was arguing that they were the lowest. He was not putting black folks as the DEI recipients, the highest ones. He argued against that.
In the terms of DEI, not the actual DEI as a whole, I think that pilot conversation was also because I think Tuskegee, TSU, some of them like were expediting programs to get
Boeing.
So I think that was like included in the DEI conversation. So I got you. I understand.
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me see something. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Let me read these. Mike Brown with the $5 says, imagine having similar views to Kirk and you're the pilot. He questions if they are qualified or not. Can't hear these, right? I think I turned them off. Ezekiel Ben Israel, can you hear him?
It's not connected to the board. We can hear it in the back, but it's not on the board.
Okay, right. I had the suppression on, so it suppresses the sound. Ezekiel Ben Israel gifted 5. This might be risky memberships, man. God bless. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain. Callie Bev with the $5 says, again, black people make up 55% of the exonerations of violent crime. Who's doing the reporting? Who gets to decide what goes on TV? This is Miss Parker's question. Yeah, we understand propaganda. Callie Bev with the $5 says, Key is saying Kirk has nuance for white people and no nuance for black people. All these different kinds of white people, but it's only one kind of black man. You know the spouse with the $10 says, I'm not saying this is the reason why, but he had a debate a few weeks ago where he was the mod and something was said about Israel that he did not defend, and people were hot. Just saying. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. And saying what this does, more white and white crime than black, but that black ratio is crazy. That's what Mr. Fantastic kind of was. We were trying to mine through. So, question. This happened, right, Aaron? And B. Middleton. Is the First Amendment under extreme scrutiny, under attack? Is this the highlight of Watch What You Say? Is this what JT said? Suppressing people opinions. Does this do that or lead us towards that? Somebody got it, man.
Is it under attack? No. Is it under scrutiny? Yes, and it should always be in order to ensure accuracy. Is this a scenario where, what was that last one? Be careful of what you say. Whether it is or it isn't, I mean, I believe it is, but whether it is or it isn't, I do believe that if you speak with conviction, you should be willing to die for the things you say, because you're not speaking with conviction if you're not willing to put your words into action. That's not conviction. And if you're not willing to die for your actions, you're not a man of principle. You have no integrity. So yeah, you should watch what you say and be prepared to endure the consequences.
If you don't.
Why you syllabalizing?
If you know them, yes. If you know them, yes. Thanks for the correction. Correct. Yep.
B. Middleton, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was moving around. What's the question again? I'm sorry.
Is this an attack on the First Amendment? Is this gonna make people shut the hell up? It's a broadcast, B. Middleton.
I don't think so.
Why the pregnant pause to just say that?
I think he froze up.
He froze?
Yeah, I think technical difficulties.
What you think, Modern Renaissance?
I agree with the.
You
I
even
agree.
said you
Wait.
was gonna go to the college campuses.
Oh no, check no, check this out, because I actually did a little thing on there. I mean, if y'all want to see the clip of it, I actually did a little thing with him where I kind of did like a little surprising deal when I got up there, and people thought me and him was about to converse, but I did like a Uno reverse card on him. But anyway, I mean, I could post a link if you want me to. But anyway, no, what I was saying, this was before all of everything we know right now. You talking, baby, almost a little over a year ago, where I just had it within myself that I said, I'm not going to go on these campuses because I see that it's all about just going back and forth and trying to get a mic drop moment. When I go and do a lot of speaking engagements, things like that, we really try to make it to where it's personable, to where at the end of the day, I'm getting like 5 different young men, young women's information and things like that, because we're really trying to work towards actually a goal that they're trying to change the trajectory of their life. But to be in a position where I'm just going, I just don't, because especially we're not trying to arrive to a conclusion. I just don't do that. Being in medicine, my thing is to try to diagnose and get to the root cause of the issue. And if we're not trying to do that, then I just kind of, okay, you got it then. So what I'm saying that for is what was mentioned earlier in regards to the race thing, when they said all Charlie Kirk do is talk about black people. Well, a lot of folks that's on this circle with us, when we go around and do this speaking engagement, it's a lot of black men. I like to have a lot of men. I mean, women, cool, but I prefer black men. I prefer the masculinity of black men. I want us to be standing on business. We get the same exact type of thing. If we're talking about, like I said, being in medicine, if I'm going to diagnose the issue, better yet, symptoms, if the symptoms of community is these things that I'm naming off, all of a sudden that makes you pissed off. And all of a sudden I'm the Uncle Tom, I'm the coon, I'm the all these things, because I'm telling you these are the symptoms, but that's actually not the root cause of those symptoms. So, but then at the same time, if a white person says the same exact thing that I'm saying, then all of a sudden, then they get labeled almost the same exact, they get labeled racist and things like that. But if black people saying it, we get thrown the so-called black racial slurs at us as well.
Well, I think
all I did was diagnose the symptoms that you told me that was going on.
I think it hits different that you're black. We can, you know what I'm saying? There's period point blank. I think it hits different because you're black. We need more black men actually addressing black communities. Right? I don't see the here's the thing. I don't see the effect of a white man talking about the disparities in black communities to a mass of white people. That whole scene confuses me. Right now, it would make more sense if us black men actually went to black communities and talked to a mass of black people. Right? That to me, that makes more sense. Otherwise, it could just look like propaganda. Just like what you're talking about, you're hesitant about going to universities and stuff, talking, right? Yes, I mean, because listen, Charlie Kirk, he was essentially going into the belly of the beast. That's just like what JT was saying.
Yeah,
it was like extreme liberal campuses, bro.
Yeah. So you know what's crazy though?
I want to ask this question though. So why is it that on all these panels we talk about black men need to correct black men, black women need to correct black women, but now all of a sudden white men can correct us?
So real quick, I was just about to speak to that. This is how I could tell like this particular incident, or I'm sorry, this tragedy is going to get a little bit taken out of context, but maybe his clips will circulate and people will watch the whole videos. He does talk about black people a lot, but the agenda, people use us to racialize conversation. We became the poster child for suffering. We became the poster child for DEI. We don't even benefit. And we became the poster child for struggle. So anytime anybody wanted to handicap him, it was a white person. Go look. Anytime an LGBT or a feminist wanted to handicap him in a conversation, they would bring up race, which forced him to talk about it. He barely ever talked about that shit unsolicited because it'd be an LGBT person be like, well, what about black people? They're suffering, and he'd be like, really?
Thank
So
you.
that's why I know people don't really watch him because he rarely ever did that shit unsolicited. They solicited that shit out of him.
The whole platform, bro. Let me step in real quick. The whole platform was and I wasn't no big Charlie. Only thing I knew of Charlie Kirk was, like I said, whenever he had some viral thing going on, I saw him sit down on Tim Pool a couple of times. I watched him not really at length, but I knew basically, of him and what he's a debater. His whole platform, like you said, is based off of political debate. Okay, mainly targeting extreme left liberal concepts and shit like that. Okay, at the end of the day, Trigger Mike walked it down. MRM, the same thing. We're making this shit too personal. I think we niggas put too much feelings in shit, bro. And we always want to, well, he said something about black people. Oh, I thought y'all didn't care. So we don't care about the white man. If the white man don't matter, why we give a fuck about what he got to say, positive or negative? Oh, it's only matter when we say something negative. Now we can say that he being racist and big bad white man. So that's what I'm saying. The shit don't make sense. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is, bro, go ahead.
Why do y'all do that, though?
Do what?
Why is it then when someone doesn't agree with you, it's emotional? You know what? Y'all can't do that shit with me. I was born in the 70s. No, we're not playing that game. If we disagree, guess what? We can disagree because it's mighty funny. Whenever y'all speak your shit, it sounds more emotional than what the hell we talking about. So therefore, how the hell are we emotional and you're not? Because y'all the one that's always hooping more than we do. No, we don't have to agree. No, we can agree to disagree. No, I am
You're
so hold up, fantastic.
You're repeating yourself though.
But I'm gonna tell you is, hey, 7 to 8 years does matter because y'all want to do this wordplay shit. No, we have opinions or we have facts as well. I'm so sick of this shit because we don't agree with y'all. You know what? You like that liberal shit. You like what his message is. All of us don't have to.
Conservative or liberal?
And regardless of whatever, he has said some racist shit. So he's a racist to me. I don't respect and he's prejudiced. Because see, when I grew up, racist and prejudice was the same fucking thing. If you're a white person and you call me a nigga, whether you prejudiced or you racist, that's what the fucking
yeah, so thank you for proving my whole point. I thought he was done. You done yet? You're not done? Okay.
Go ahead. Saying like, damn.
That was emotional as hell, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I don't get emotional. I just hate stupidity.
Yeah, great. So the problem with your long soliloquy and full of emotion, right? And you basically going back to your childhood and in the past and all this other shit that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here is I can't speak for we or they or whatever. I can talk for me. I don't ever get emotional. You know me. Everything I got is backed by stats, facts, and data for the most part. Okay. Fucking racism will always be subjective. Okay. So you got the same smoke for fucking HAMP that you got for motherfucking Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, fantastic. Whenever you talk about your wallet, you talk about your whoop a nigga's ass. That's emotional, sir.
It's not emotional.
Emotion. And guess what? You have a nervous system, sir. I'm sorry. Don't fucking play with me, bro.
All right, so let me
ask you one thing. What is an epicardium? Everybody on the panel, do you know what the fuck that is? What's the epicardium? Don't Google the shit because it might lose.
I don't even know what word you're saying, sir.
Play with me. No, you said emotional. Let's go emotional. What is an epicardium? Can you even spell it?
The part about the membrane around the heart?
Yeah.
Whatever you're saying, I don't think you're pronouncing it quite right.
Epicardium. See, that's how I know it's the outermost layer of the heart, sir. See,
yo, you drunk. You know you arguing with an MD, right?
I figured he was high or drunk. Now I'm sure he's high or drunk.
Yeah, you arguing with a doctor, dog. What you talking about?
Yo, let me just say this.
I don't even need this. I don't even need this. Like I said, brother, I'm pretty sure. Whatever you said, brother.
Yo, hold on. I'm about to dip. Let me just say this part. Let me just say this part, Mr. Williams, real quick. I'm about to dip. So I think they took him out.
You know what? Y'all not emotional. No, y'all just Y'all was soldiers and everything.
Finish that bottle, Mr.
Amygdala, I think, is the part of the brain that you're talking about, responsible for emotion.
No, he talking
Epicardium is
slow.
inner part of the heart, like pericardium is outer part.
All right, y'all do me a favor. Let Trigger Mike respond so he can skedaddle.
Yeah, get up out of here. So
somebody
I
clip
think they
that.
took Charlie out because he's effective, man. So Hemp, you made a statement that he went for the lowest hanging fruit. Let me tell you what I took from this guy, and why I watched so many of his clips and his long form videos. It's almost impossible to get people to believe in propaganda. I never knew the problem was that bad, but he went straight to the source. I never knew how liberal America was and how indoctrinated we were into that LGBT, all that stuff until so this is the thing. He was not the star of the show. The people were. Right? The show was called Prove Me Wrong. They got up there. It is extremely hard to propagandize people's raw emotions. So they were the star of the show, not him. They were saying shit. I used to be like, I cannot believe this is what college campuses are like. I even said as far as to say my children can't stay on campus if this shit is like this in 10 years. Right? So that's why I'm like, I think that's why he did it. And that shit was so effective that it helped Trump win the campaign and the popular vote. I think that's why they took that dude out.
Yeah.
I posted that link in the back, Hamp.
I'll bring it up. Yeah, no, low hanging just because it's kids. You know what I'm saying? But I agree that if you want to galvanize and effectuate change, you kind of got to go to them to because they're gonna be doing this shit that's coming up. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that for sure.
But can I just add this to Amp? You also had professors. You also had their parents there also. So it wasn't just the kids on the campus. There were professors that came and debated him, and there were parents of those children that debated him too. That's why he did it outside. And that's why he did it for so long. So,
And I don't know if y'all know how this goes. Usually when they do this screening, like when you up there, what they do is this. He got some people that pretty much work the crowd. They go, you won't even know what they are. They'll go up to a random person and they'll go, do you have actually an agreement with Charlie or do you have a disagreement? And the person say disagreement, then the people will go, his workers, they'll go, what do you want to have a disagreement with him on? If you throw in, oh, well, I disagree with him on racist, saying blah, 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 they will move you to the front of the line. Okay, they'll still work the crowd. Do you have a disagreement? Okay, what do you have a disagreement on? I think that trans people don't have mental issues. They will move those people to the front of the line. So they kind of screen those questions and everything like that. They don't ask you specifically what are you going to ask them, but they just want to know if it's a disagreement, what's the subject? And then boom, they'll move you to the front. So he doesn't even know what's even coming at him. And like I said, he has nothing to do with the editing, and they're editing it right there. Like as soon as he does something, and you hear the crowd probably go like, "Woo!" They edit it instantly and post it.
Let me ask you a question.
You know how good he is.
If it's okay with him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has Charlie Kirk gone on record saying that he felt like immigrants were coming to America to replace white people? To replace white people?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
I know we've had personal conversations before, like when we all out talking, he made comment that by the way that they're flooding in right now, they're stealing the jobs of Americans.
If my memory serves me correctly, he specified white people being replaced by immigrants, right? And I just want to say, listen, hey, I ain't got no problem with that. That's how he has a self-interest in his own race, fine, right? But my question to the whole panel is, what person that's heavily involved in politics considers themselves a politician can we definitively say is a racist without a shadow of a doubt? And they're in politics, right? People don't even feel like Trump is a racist. I'm not saying whether Trump is a racist or not. I'm saying
he's a racist,
that this is what I'm saying. We say, oh, this person ain't a racist. That white man ain't a racist. That white man.
See, that's as I know y'all watching the news. Cause see, even when he ran for his first term, I got to see this shit live. But y'all want to lie and say, oh, we didn't see this shit because it wasn't on. No, I actually got to see it live. He has shit on every race. He has.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. What are you saying?
Talk bad about the same people he employed, which was the Mexicans and all of that shit. He even did a press conference in a fucking lobby talking about this, but everybody forgets that. Now I already know some of us are gonna disagree because the service and all. Quit acting like y'all ain't see the shit. Or if you didn't, guess what? Find everything that he's always said. Don't just do it for your benefit because you want to win an argument. Look at it all. See, I'm only going to go to war when I study it all. That's all I'm going to do. I'm so sick of this shit. Like y'all act like these people are not racist. I've never really opened up with this. John Lewis was one of my little brother's mentors. I knew him before he passed away. He was one of the only few black people that was going to always stand up in Congress and everything. Even till he died, he was still fighting that fight. Still going against everybody because he cared about black people. And even now, we talking about all these white motherfuckers. It should be the best thing about our race. What we doing? Talking about, oh, I didn't hear that you, if you didn't. And what's ironic to me, the ones that say y'all know him, y'all keep on saying, well, I heard this, but I didn't know that. So then you don't know him. You don't know shit about him for real. If you don't know his whole 100%.
And I looked in the chat.
What I heard.
My sister Callie Bell said
he doing reels and shit like everybody. 5 minutes of this.
Mr. Williams, you got it. All right, you got it.
I looked in the chat. Our sister Callie Bell, she said he did say that. So
whoa. Did she pay for it for you?
My bad, I'm sorry.
She better send $2 and say he did say that.
But I'm saying if he did say it, I mean, to me, in my own opinion, that's a racist statement. You know, if you're only concerned about white people being replaced by immigrants, there's more people that live in America than white people, right? Hey, listen, so be it. All I'm saying is that let's not come on, let's just have a grown conversation. I mean, come on, it's the best.
But aren't we all racist? I can tell you everybody on this panel is racist, so it shouldn't even be. So this is my point. It shouldn't even be an issue whether that was the issue or not. My whole thing is the culture. Hold on,
talking about this for an hour.
That's why I've been trying to change. I've been trying to get it to a different point. My whole thing is, and HAMP already asked the question: if the First Amendment is there an attack on the First Amendment? I think it is. I think it's been for a while. I think this is very extreme for us to be able to see somebody on, and this is like, this really is something totally different for us, y'all. We ain't never seen nothing like this, and like HAMP said, in HD. But the culture of us being able, even if a person is racist, you can talk to them face to face. You could be, look at Jubilee. They got this whole thing where they got all these different people being able to debate one another, and you can do it face to face. So if a person sit back and say, I am racist, they can talk to another person right in their face, and you should be able to hash that out. That's where we're at. That's where we're trying to get to. But we can't get to that because we got stuff like this that just happened. Shut the fuck up and leave my kids alone.
Why, Mr. Williams?
That wasn't, hold up. That wasn't the same person of the same race, though. JT, that's what I'm saying.
I don't, man. Let me tell you, we keep it. This is what's pissing me off.
Didn't agree with him, allegedly.
It don't matter. We ain't, man. Okay, let me just put it to you this way: black people ain't on the same fucking team. We ain't on the same team. All this shit about black and white shit, y'all motherfuckers want to be all liberal and got your fucking ass in the fucking air talking about he white, he black, he's racist. So fucking what? We are too. We are too. I don't care about that no more. What I do care about is us being able to speak about it and be able to fight against the things that we can smartly. Not this dumbass shit we keep. Can't no black man feel sorry for no white man, all that shit. It's shit when we argue like that. It takes away from our damn conversation at hand. Somebody got their life taken because of shit, point of view, because of what they're doing out here in the world, and it didn't do anything to mess people up. What it did was get your ass out here to make you do something, talk. He went to the doggone colleges. The reason why is because they wanted to speak to him. Did you see how many people was out there to talk to that man?
Yeah.
Did you see it? That shit was like a fucking concert.
He made people think.
And if you got something to say, if you got to fight against it, that's the only thing. He had a microphone for himself, and he had a microphone for the opposite.
He was changing ideologies. The whole thing is, regardless of anything, he has made racist statements.
So what?
What in the world went right back to it?
It's not gonna change my mind. Hold up. If you call me a nigga and you're a white person, I don't care. Look,
he called you a nigga.
To be honest, my great grandfather was a white man. That's how I got my name William. But even the white people I grew around, you still
On your
can't
daddy?
call me
Whoa. On your daddy's side?
my
No, oh shit.
My grandfather was mixed, Hamp.
Chocolate Edomite.
Yes. My grandfather,
chocolate covered Edomite. Oh no.
My grandfather, he was mixed. My grandmother was black.
What is happening?
My grandfather.
I know he ain't saying that he got white man in his blood. Lord Jesus. Lord.
No, fantastic. We're talking to a white man.
Indian. My grandfather was an Indian. My mama's dad was an Indian. My grandmother.
I'm telling your daddy.
I've always admitted that I'm
Wait, your daddy. Hold on. Fuck all that.
Chocolate covered Edomite. That's
chocolate covered Edomite.
Wait, hold on. Your daddy.
Hold up. My mom.
Be quick.
My mom is black and Indian.
We don't care about your mom.
Okay.
We care about your mom, but we don't care about your mom.
My father is
there
black.
We go.
What's your father's father?
My grandfather is mixed.
What about so his daddy? What's his daddy? What's his daddy?
Black.
What's his daddy?
You talking about my father? That's what I'm
saying. Your grandfather's father. Your grandfather's father.
William Williams Sr. was mixed.
Your grandfather's father. Your grandfather's father.
Huh?
Your grandfather's
you
father.
Heard what the fuck he said.
Y'all stop
Mr.
chiming.
Williams.
Yeah, no.
It's a mixed kid.
No, y'all mute. Your grandfather's father is what?
My grandfather's father, white.
Get out of there, Rock.
Hey, what can I say?
Really?
Yes. My
How you
great
get so
grandfather
black?
was a white man. He married my great grandmother. She was black. My grandfather was mixed.
He just broke him hard.
He made my baby with my grandfather, which in turn my grandmother, she was black. So
this might be risky.
Mr. Williams lying, man.
That shit got risky as fuck.
Oh my god.
That Mad Dog 2020 got to him.
Another win. Fantastic, man. Y'all have a great night, man. Y'all have a great night.
No, where are you going? You might be a white man too. Let's talk about your father's people.
Yeah.
Ain't no white over here.
Just because you dark. Let's run the ancestry, bro.
I got all the nigga tendencies. I got the skin, the lips, and the nose, nigga.
Yeah, so did Mr. Williams, but he's a whole Caucasoid. Where are you from?
Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. Before you go, you know Roadblock usually got a little smoky smoke for you, so I just want to make sure he don't before you leave.
Who that?
I ain't got no smoke. What's up, Mr. Fantastic? What's up, everybody?
I know usually he be looking for you in the chat, so I just want to make sure.
You could Google my people. You'll see images of black man with the last name Wormley going back to the 1700. The man's name was James. You can Google my.
Listen. I don't want to hear about nobody else lineage, nigga. I already got my heart broken.
Yeah.
Nothing else, nigga. Don't tell me nothing else. You heard? Oh God, man. Roadblock, what's popping?
What's going on? What's going on?
What's going on?
I'll say this. You know a tree by the fruit that it bears, right? The tree being Charlie Kirk, the fruit being all of his followers. If you look at the type of people that he cultivates, a majority of them are racist as hell. They have a preconceived notion about black people. I just got called a filthy dog nigger today, and I hope that your kids get shot. That was today. That was a DM that I got today. All because I told this guy, Charlie Kirk has said some questionable things in the past. And he DM'd me that. So all I'm saying is Charlie Kirk has said some foul things. He said foul things about Martin Luther King. He said foul things about a lot of black leaders that we've had. He said foul things about our youth. He said black people are inherently violent. We're dealing with and he is one of the, I wouldn't say founders, but he is one of the leaders of the white nationalist movement. They look to him for their talking points. This is the talking points that they use. And another reason, so I going to college campuses, because when I was in college, I know I was dumb as a box of rocks. I was just in school. I played a fraternity. I'm going to parties. We kicking it. Go to class every now and then.
How long ago were you in undergrad?
You said how long was I in undergrad?
No, how long ago? Like what time frame?
I'm 45. I'm a year older than you.
Oh, you was with me. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm 44. Right.
For sure.
Y'all my age. I'm sorry.
So, but when he went to England and he dated some folks that knew what they was talking about, he got cooked. When he was on Jubilee, he got cooked by 3-4 people. When he dealing with people that actually know what they're talking about, he get cooked because he uses the same talking points over and over and over again. There's no nuance. So I understand that I never want nobody to die. That's foul. Violence is never the way. I feel for his family, especially he got 2 little girls. I think they was like 9 and one was younger than that, and his wife. But the amount of vitriol that you put out into the world, you never know how that's gonna come back to you. That's the way my dad has always told me. He was like, the amount of bad stuff that you put out into the world, you don't know how that's gonna come back to you. And I'm done.
Yeah.
You don't control your repercussions, man. It just, this shit though, just as a small low. Obviously, there's levels to this game, but what you saying, you know what I mean?
So I want you to answer me this. How is it that coming up in Chicago, East Garfield, and coming up in Cabrini Green, can you tell me how is it that coming from a city like that and getting to a place where we came from a single parent home to a no parent home, can you tell me how is it that I was able to get married, which in June I'll be married 24 years. I have a 23-year-old son and a 21-year-old son, got through school, got a degree, went back and got another one. Can you explain to me how systemic racism kept me from doing that?
It doesn't. Systemic racism didn't, because every person can make good decisions and flourish in this country regardless of the color of their skin.
So then how is it that somebody like me did it though? I mean, wait, I'm black. I'm coming up in a oppressed era. So can you tell me how I was able to achieve that?
You tell me.
Well, from what I'm being told, is because I was lucky.
I mean, it was probably hard work, good decisions, maybe a pastor or a mentor that, gave you good guidance.
So then why is it so hard for everybody else to look like me to understand that?
You ask them.
Trying to. So I want you to answer me this. Now, the reason why I did it that specific way, because I knew that based off some stuff that I've seen him do before, he did exactly what I wanted him to. Pretty much, you go and find out. You go and be the answer. You go and do it. And that's when that was my first encounter with him. And then we talked afterwards, and that's how we was able to click. Right? So what I'm saying therefore is the fact that When I said trying at the end, you go and do. I'm telling y'all, I a lot of times when we do this, I don't like to film it. And the reason why I don't, because I'm not trying to turn it into a thing to where y'all can look at, man, MRM straight cooked those dudes up in Chicago. I'm not trying to turn it into that because I don't want them to be embarrassed by it. This is a real deal thing I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to make them go viral for me eating them up or cooking them or nothing like that. So the reason why I'm saying that is because coming up in an environment like that, I just want to show proof that in spite, if it is systems out there like that, despite of all that, how about we get to a point?
Yeah, eating them up is crazy. I ain't gonna hold you.
What up? I'm lost.
You said eating them up. You know he from up north, man.
Wow. You need to listen to that.
I'm confused. What? I'm missing out on the inside joke. Y'all laughing. I'm lost.
Trust me, bro. It's all good. I'll
now
explain
you want,
it to
hey,
you.
now you want to
explain it to you.
inside joke.
Just keep going, bro.
No, it's just like if somebody say something that just sound crazy, we just be like, pause. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
I'm lost. Okay, I got.
I'll explain. I'll send you an email with a breakdown.
I got you. So, no, so what I'm saying that for.
But go ahead.
Talk on this, bro. Now, okay. I'm getting roasted. Don't know it. So, no, what I'm saying that for is that when we do things like this, it's very important that even if we are saying those talking points that Charlie Kirk is talking about, my thing is, despite of those things being there, even if you don't believe it, we still
Did you know him before you did that? Did you know him before that?
He said he did. He said he
Nuh-uh.
did.
Okay. All right.
I knew of him from his talking points and a lot of things he've always say. So I was just using that as an example to say that in spite of those things, even if Charlie Kirk don't believe that systemic racism is there and all that, my thing was, which he answered it, how was I able to do? When he talked about there was mentors, there was this, there was that, and it was a lot of men, a lot of black men. There were white men as well. But the point is, despite of all those things, I was just using it as a means to say, in spite of those things being there, whether he believe it or not, it still should not stop us from getting there.
You gave him.
But modern, you didn't do anything, but you just told your story. You actually let him do nothing.
You let him off easy.
He didn't do shit.
I think you're saying you didn't challenge him.
That wasn't the purpose.
No, I'm not. I'm not
But
saying.
now you're going to war for him, talking about, but when I had this conversation, that didn't show. Showed an arrogant.
Now, wait, you just projected, right?
asshole.
You said I'm going to war for him. I'm not going to war for nobody. I've been doing it before there was Charlie Kirk.
You gave him some praise though about, behind that, I talked to him, and you still haven't said what the hell y'all talked about. Only thing we seen on there was he was being a pompous asshole, and you gave him leeway. That's all you did.
That's the way you see it. You missed it then.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Never put him to the fire to answer any questions about what the fuck could he do for the community.
What?
Oh, I wasn't going down that road, but okay.
You got it, William.
Hey, I'm just saying because
I was with you.
William's on y'all.
Yeah, I'll mute. That's not where I was headed, but you got it. Go ahead.
No, I'm done with it. I'm just saying, like.
I'll be right back. Hamp.
That's what you was about to say, Aaron.
Y'all still can hear me, right?
No, sir. No,
Oh, okay.
no. I was headed somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
But I like it. I mean, I'm not. Who am I to stand in the way?
I'll say it. So things like that irritate me this way. You went up there, you gave your anecdotal situation, right? But I can give you 15 other instances where somebody's path didn't go down that way. And then they're trying to turn it around. And so anecdotal evidence really, and it seemed kind of, that's why I asked you, did you know him beforehand? Because it looked real staged. It looked real like, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna say this, and we're just gonna put on a show in front of these folks. Just like with the Candace Owens thing. It's like Candace Owens talked bad about black people in front of white people. And that's how she cut her bread. You know what I'm saying? And Charlie Kirk was one of the main architects behind that whole movement.
You'd be surprised, right? Like there'll be content creators that'll be like bigger, you know, and then you'll be like, pause, and then you'll be like, you know, like they don't think they see you, or you know what I mean, and then you'll run into them. You'll be like, oh, they're like, oh yeah, I like it. You know what I mean? So it seemed like this familiarity, but you know, Modern Renaissance, what you got? A couple 100,000 subscribers?
Yeah, we have 474.
Yeah, come buck, right? 500,000 subscribers. You'd be, and then his content probably is adjacent to in some way, shape, or form. So you'd be surprised about familiarity. You know what I'm saying? So like,
he kind of look like the one dude.
Dude, Terrence Williams.
Terrence Williams.
Bro, y'all got to stop all that. I'm about 10 feet taller than him. No, but that's what I'm saying. That's how I know how it goes, because whenever they were in the crowd, the lady, of course, you know, I'm just keeping it real. It was a lot of people there, but there wasn't a whole lot of us that was there. So when the crowd work was coming through, I purposely told us I'm gonna go up there and I want to debate him how the world, everything is racist, and there is systemic racism, and black people are being held down. So when I went up there, I just used it as a means to pretty much tell him I want him to tell me how is it that I was able to accomplish the things that I accomplished. And although y'all may feel that it's anecdotal, my whole thing is that when me and my wife first started doing this, if we had a total of 50 people that we started doing this, and all 50 of them went off to become, you know, went into like trades, things like that, they're married, they got good families and things like that, in which y'all can say that all 50 of those are anecdotal too. My whole purpose of it is to say that, are we not smart enough? Are we not knowledgeable enough? Are we not, as black people, intelligent enough that despite of those things that we are saying that are there, you telling me we still can't get through it?
But I'm gonna say this. I'm 45 years old, right?
Huh?
I have a good job. I made it out.
Yeah, you got me by 2 years. I'm 43.
Yeah, I'm married. Been married 16 years in 2 weeks. Got 2 kids. Got a good job. Just bought a new house. All that shit. However, I will not disparage anybody else who is in the trenches, who ain't made it, who got caught up by the system, or has been levied certain circumstances where it's harder for them to get out. I'm not going to do that. And I feel like, so I'm gonna ask you this: if I go into your comment section, or if I look into your viewers, what will be the racial makeup of the comment section or the people that subscribe to you?
It's a mixture.
Now, what would you? So we talk about in this group, we talk majority minority, right? So is it majority white? Is it majority black? Is it minority white? Is it minority black?
Oh no, you got it's majority white.
And that's my point. So when we go into these spaces, especially when we have content creators like yourself, not disparaging you, not going to do that, but when we go into the comment section and we have these people that literally big up y'all making money off of this shit, because I can go right now and be like, you know what, I'm about to just start talking shit about black people, and then get on YouTube and make a whole channel, and by next year I'll have 6,000 subscribers. And if I keep on doing it, 2 years I'll have 15,000 subscribers, and the majority of them then will be
right.
Well,
So I get what you're saying, but see, the thing is, with in my particular case, I didn't get into the political world until I was invited into the White House in 2020. Before that, my channel was already large, right? I wasn't doing anything politically related or anything like that. All I was doing was showing people what we were doing in the community, what we were doing after school programs. I was reacting to music people wanted me to listen to. I was displaying my talent and being funny, and I can imitate people. I was showing people how to, my young men, showing videos how you change your brakes and things like that. My audience was already there and grown. So let's just say, when I got invited to the White House and I actually got to personally meet Trump and talk with Trump, a lot of us did, and that was 2020. My subscriber count did not like drastically just all of a sudden jump because I started talking about things in the political realm.
Well, let me ask you this: do you believe that systemic racism exists?
I don't see it.
Okay, so that comes to the heart of the issue right there, right? You told whoever let you up there to the podium that you was going to challenge them. You made it seem like you were going to challenge him on systemic racism.
Yeah, his crowd worker.
Right. You use that as an opportunity to get to the podium to basically say some shit that you already knew that Charlie Kirk was going to agree with. You know what I'm saying? It was almost like your time to shine or whatever. And listen, I ain't mad at you. Well, here's the thing. So Charlie Kirk doesn't believe, he probably doesn't believe, from listening to his answer, he doesn't believe systemic racism is a real thing either, right? I just didn't see. This is what I'm talking about. It hits different when we're talking. It hits different when we're talking amongst a group of white people, when clearly systemic racism has affected a percentage of black people in America. Clearly, today. Right? Everybody's situation is not like yours.
In regards to what? When you say like mine, what's my situation?
Well, you said that you've had mentors and you've had people to give you kind of like motivation and leg up and all that kind of stuff. Personally, right? Personally. So if we go into these inner cities, I know you grew up in Chicago, you know what I'm saying, Martin Renaissance. It's a lot of these kids, man. They've never been approached personally by anybody. Their biggest influence are the gang members, the elders in the gangs and all that kind of stuff.
I know.
You understand what I'm saying? And so when we talk about systemic racism, I just don't understand why someone would not believe it's a real thing. Here's my thing. My position is I believe it's a real thing, but I don't believe that it's an end all be all for us not to progress in America. You understand what I'm saying? That's my position. But right. I agree with what Roblox was saying. It seems like you use it as an opportunity to get up there, and you knew he was going to agree with your viewpoint, and it really just didn't. To me, it didn't fizzle out into anything really.
Oh, it fizzled out into something afterwards. See, the whole purpose
for you.
No, see, again, I'm really strategic and calculating a lot of stuff that I do, right? After that, do you know what ended up happening after that? I ended up having a ton of black men, young black men in college who were liberal minded, and a lot of black young women that was there came up to me. Hey, so I didn't know you were, I'm from Chicago too. So in school, and we just got to talking, and now they are actually part of my subscriber count right now. See what I'm saying? It's not about me. But at the same time, we do a lot of talking about representation. So you know what? That moment, to me, in my mind, my perspective, I want people to see, wait, he what? He did what? Hey, I came out of Cabrini Green. Dude from Chicago? Oh, bro, for real? Oh, no.
So you said Cabrini Green, right?
Huh?
You said
but mainly East Garfield, though.
But Cabrini Green is literally systemic racism. That was literally started by systemic racism.
Yeah, I got you.
But you can't say that systemic racism doesn't exist when you literally came out of a systemic racism.
My answer was not that it don't exist. I said I didn't see it. You get what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is this. It comes down to, look, this is what I always talk about. Perspective. I mean, perception can become greater than reality. So my whole purpose is this. And I'm not trying to go, hey, Hamp, if you tell me land the plane, please jump in and tell me, because I can talk real fast and y'all gonna tell me to slow down. I promise you.
No. Right? So one thing I want y'all to finish. I think you and Roblox back and forth is substantive, right? So I'm not trying to stop y'all. But one thing I wanted to ask Aaron for clarification on: Cabrini Green is systematic, right? Not systemic.
Yes, precisely. That I wanted to jump in there. I think.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure we are. You know what I mean? Because use it, because we often use those words interchangeably, but they don't mean the same thing.
Okay. Yeah,
now I could be being Aaron. I could be being a little bit anal. Pause, and it slows down the conversation.
Yeah, man, take that back.
But I just want to make sure that we are, you know what I mean? Like we hit the conversation under the right.
No, you needed to do that.
I think extreme accuracy would be justified in this particular case with the use of those two words, because of the meaningful, impact that it has on the conversation and on the society. So, Freezy used it correctly, but Roadblock, I think when you say Cabrini Green, is that a community that you believe is structured around racism or structured to promote racism? Then that would mean it's systematic. Yes. Yeah. Do you know the difference between systemic and systematic?
No,
it's very okay. Yeah, real quick, I can do it real brief. It's actually very scientific. So systemic means systemic racism means racism's embedded in the process that's a system. Systematic means you're intentionally focused on doing a thing. So redlining would have been systematic. right? But you can have systemic racism, like let's say in business practices, you can have systemic racism that may show up through nepotism, right? Or favoritism and things like that. So it's not that favoritism is designed to promote racism, but racism will show up through the act of favoritism. But let's say Jim Crow is systematic racism.
Mm-hmm.
It's a system designed specifically to promote and employ racism is the best way to. Systemic is embedded, systematic is purpose-driven.
And MRM, when I asked you if you thought that systemic racism exists, now that I know your viewpoint, it was a little disingenuous because you said no, and then you said I don't see it.
No, if you go and rewind this video, I'm gonna say I didn't see it whenever he asked. Whenever you asked, I said I didn't see it.
He did say I didn't see it.
I thought you said no, I didn't see it. I don't see it.
Well, if you don't see it by proxy, does it exist?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a little. Do you believe it exists or not? Yes or no? That's what I was asking. Because see, this is what I mean by the disingenuous answers. Because you could the way you answer, this is not a political conversation. Like it was just like if I'm asking you if it exists, just say yes or no. You right? You know what I'm saying?
I can't answer the way that I answer. Anybody asked me this question before I got into a political realm, I said I didn't see it. That's why before I even started going into it, when I told him if I got a time to say something real quick. But it's fine though, because I was just going to explain that growing up in Chicago and my eye lens, the survival mode, that systemic racism stuff wasn't an issue. What was an issue is me eating. What was an issue is picking cans to turn it in for money for a stick of bologna to eat.
I was saying I wasn't asking you about your anecdotal experience. I was just saying in general, do you believe systemic racism exists?
I can't say. I haven't seen it. I'm not saying that it don't. I just never seen it or experienced it. Anecdotal, right?
I mean, that's fair. I mean,
I gotta ask this though, bro. You come from one of the roughest neighborhoods ever in the nation, and you mean to tell me you ain't pay attention to that?
All I cared about was eating.
Other kids and everything. Everybody's starving, or what you was going through. So you mean to tell me you didn't pay, as intelligent as you are, you didn't pay attention to your surroundings at all?
So I think everybody's defense here, systemic racism is a bit difficult to really truly prove, define, or show evidence for. I can see why you guys are asking them that, because you could look at the prison industrial complex and say that's a perfect example of systemic racism, and I would agree. However, if you get past the judicial system that's supposed to say there's a process to determine if you're a criminal or not, and if you're not a criminal, right, you can remove race from it, then you can make the argument that systemic racism doesn't exist, because fundamentally it shouldn't if the law is practiced and adjudicated properly. But the prison industrial complex can be the systemic cancer that influences the judicial process. So just to both of you guys' defense, right? I see why it's a tough conversation. I hope that helps drive it forward.
Well, MRM is in the medical field. Me and
right.
MRM,
So he's a scientist like myself.
Yes, we've had.
He's not gonna right.
He knows we've had conversations. He's talked about the disparities between, like, as far as the practice between races in the medical field. I've heard MRM talk about these things.
Oh, well, that would be different. Then you would have. I'm all ears.
I heard you talk about these things.
I talked about disparities in medicine.
Yes. When it comes to how medical practices are given to different races, and you pointed out black folk. And on how we should be mindful when we go into the medical system, right? I've heard you on Fight Club.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Like I said, they would, like, if you come, if most likely, like, and this is anybody that most likely, if you're like on welfare or something like that, they can tell you anything and get you to take certain medicines any kind of way because they preying on your ignorance.
I've heard I've heard you say different things as far as the medical field, because I'm going to listen to you because you're a smart dude and you in the medical field. That's why I'm kind of puzzled when you say you haven't seen it. I thought you did see it from the conversations that we've had. You know, I
Oh
thought
no, that was just if the focus in that particular conversation was on black folks in the hood and the ghetto that were on food stamps, I focused on that. But in medicine, anybody that's on food stamps and things like that, if they perceive them to have a low IQ, they're gonna take advantage of anybody because all they see is green.
So that's probably a correlation argument, but I have a question on maybe bring it more causation.
Inflation also.
Do you think there could be systemic racism in the medicine community when it comes to Black women potentially being able to be better pain and, you know, have a higher susceptibility to pain endurance or higher tolerance or threshold, which are different? You get the argument. You know that conversation. Do you think systemic racism could exist there? I think that would more denote causation rather than correlation.
Now, when it comes to if you're talking on a systemic level, I don't know, because the thing is, each MD is going to
within the medicine community.
For example, whenever we have patients come in, you know, we don't care what color you are. You get asked, what's your pain level? Scale 1 to 10. Now, if people are telling us what their scale is, it's subjective. We actually just put that down. We can't objectively say, yeah, this Black woman pain is way worse than this person pain right here. All we do is go based off what that particular patient tells us, right? But at the same time, if a kid comes in there and says, what's your pain? We got to give them a smiley face chart to go by.
Right.
So
Yeah, you can't do one of them.
Is that if, honestly, I cannot for the life of me, and I will, Hamp, one day, I'll get with you one day, because I want to have some other Black doctors as well get on here so we can all talk to you guys about this, right?
Yep.
Because I know that it's being said, but how can I seriously say that a Black woman pain is different than a white woman pain? Because then yet we get patients that say whenever they got in a car accident and they tore their hamstring, that pain was worse than giving birth.
Right.
So then it's like, you know, it's so many complexities to it, man. It's just like
So scientifically, right? And I have one more question, right? And I understand exactly what you're saying. So do you think maybe that it doesn't necessarily influence protocol, but the way protocol is actually applied? Do you think there are some people out there that may apply protocol with a bias, understanding that, you know, as far as they're concerned, with the false understanding that women.
But Aaron, you unintentionally backed them into the corner because you said some. So
you're right. You know what? You're right. Yeah. You're 100%. You're right. Yeah.
I think when I looked at this MRM, you know, I was looking at like the disparity of deaths. You know, the deaths for Black women was like 80% higher per 100,000 births. You know, and then, you know, they often say it's tied to like
high blood pressure, obesity, and etc.
Right.
But the disparity in obesity from Black women to white women was like 6 percentage points.
Yeah.
And it doesn't reflect.
It's negligible.
But then the disparity of deaths was astronomically higher. So that told me that even though we're looking at pre-existing conditions, that's usually the reason why. I'm looking at the manifestation because obesity breeds those pre-existing conditions. However, the deaths weren't even remotely close. So it's something we can look at, right? You know what I mean? Because I think, like you said, it deserves opinions from people who've done the work, right? Qualified themselves to be MDs and such. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think it'd be interesting just to converse about, right, and get to a semblance of an agreement, right? Or multiple different opinions based on real life experience. So I think that'd be dope. I don't want to do it now, right? Because
right.
You know. Let me get John in. John, what's popping? I want to play this video. Somebody, Jalen just sent it to me. I just want to see what it says. And then let me know if y'all can hear this, and then we'll get John in. Can y'all hear it?
A little bit. Go ahead, play it again.
Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson.
Very low.
Yes, it sounds like you got a plan from somewhere else through your
Very
speakers.
low.
It's very low, right?
Yeah, if there's a gain on that channel, you can turn
I
up.
don't know how to. No, it's an MOV video as opposed to MP4. Let me do this.
Now the gain on your mic just went down too.
Actually, Hamp, open it up in a tab, and that should play better. So it should focus the sound just from the video.
Sheila Jackson.
Yeah, I hear well if I do it like that. I just want to. It's only a minute.
Whatever you
your mic is better.
The volume on.
All right. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. All right. I'm using my mic so y'all can hear it.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and
We hear it enough.
Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color, but I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
I hear it because of action affirmative. She can't even say that. We know it's very obvious to us that you were not smart enough to be able to get in on your own.
Wow.
Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
The distortion that always comes from this, and there's always going to be people like the late Charlie Kirk who will continue this type of malevolence when they talk about didn't earn it, or what they're trying to make DEI into didn't earn it. But these are respectable people who had levels of qualification and education to be where they are. But again, there's always that distortion. By the way, what's going on, everybody? What's up, man?
What's up, John?
Big John, what's up, man?
John, you got the floor.
Yeah, so Ham, you got the video that I sent you?
No. How'd you send it?
I sent it via text, and I also sent it to you via email. So I'm just going to go ahead and just to focus everything where it was. First and foremost, it is inexcusable what has just happened with Charlie Kirk. We can all agree with that. Yes? No?
Yes.
Yep. All right. It is inexcusable, regardless of race, religion, or your ideology. Now, with that being said, I'm just going to state the facts. Charlie Kirk was a racist. He was a bigot, and has always been branded for that for folks outside of this particular platform. If you know, there's information that has already been made known. It's clear. So for anyone to ask the question, how was he a racist? Look up Turning Point USA. Look up his direct comments asking questions or stating things about DEI. Didn't earn it. We just heard that. We've got distinguished people at the level of professor, of president, of senator, who have graduated from Harvard, from Yale, but yet you'll get this thing of DEI, meaning didn't earn it. Whereas I look at it as being the DEI of what we see right now, the current administration: division, extortion, and also ignorance, to include intimidation, if you want to look at DEI from that standpoint. So what we're seeing right now is a distortion of the facts. This is something that is not being stated about Charlie Kirk. Again, inexcusable what's happened, but facts do not choose sides.
You want me to play, John?
Yeah, if you could, go ahead, man.
Also be real. We must be honest with the population. Now, we must also be real. We must be honest with the population. Having an armed citizenry comes with a price. And that is part of liberty. Wow. Driving comes with a price. 50,000 people die on the road every year. Wow. That's a price. You get rid of driving, you'd have 50,000 less auto fatalities. But we have decided that the benefit of driving, speed, accessibility, mobility, having products, services, is worth the cost of 50,000 people dying on the road. Wow. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. Sure. So then how do you reduce? Very simple. People say, oh, Charlie, how do you stop school shootings? I don't know. How did we stop shootings at baseball games?
Now take note, the comment that he made that he got claps for, talking about, well, we could probably deal with gun violence by ensuring that there are fathers in the home. Who do you think that comment was directed to? All right, all this type of subverted commentary that you hear, and this is just a piece of that. Candace Owens is the other black Trojan horse in the community. All right, so like it or not, but this black conservative comfort on the plantation mentality that gets into black spaces and gets to the old, the ignorant, and the afflicted normally plays a part in that. But I'll go ahead and land my plane right here because it's about 5 o'clock in the morning over here, and it's almost time for me to get into bed here so I can get a couple hours sleep before getting on the JLB. But I'll land it right there, Ham.
Where you at, John? You cross seas?
Yeah, man, had to come over to Europe. So my company is over here doing some work with some folks.
Oh,
so I got in earlier today. So I've been up trying to stay awake so not to fall asleep during the daytime.
It's 11:05. What you in the UK?
Over on the continent, man. Over in the European continent. So it's about almost it's about a little after 5 in the morning over here.
After 5, so yeah, more France. Okay.
Yeah, I was on that time frame for about 8 years. Shit, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think John raised a good point as far as like the video that we just seen. This is why I asked the question earlier. What person in politics can we actually pinpoint and say definitively they are a racist? Right? Like even I agree with what John said. Like he didn't say black people during his speech, right? But a lot of things that he said, we could kind of say it pointed towards the black community, right? And but it is subjective and it is opinionated. That's politics. That's politics, right? So it's like, when we get criticized, say you shouldn't call him a racist, blah blah blah. I don't understand why, like, if somebody said Charlie Kirk, they felt like Charlie Kirk was a racist. What is the pushback? I just don't get it,
Because they're misusing the term. There's an exchange of the terms. I think bigot.
Bigot, prejudice,
misogynist.
Prejudice would be the act of a bigot. Would be the action, that's the verb of a bigot.
Yeah, but that's under the umbrella of being a racist, right? I mean,
no,
racism
not.
Racist is about preference. A bigot is about a belief in superiority. To be a racist means is a preference. I prefer black people. I prefer to be around black people. I do things to promote black success. But that doesn't mean it has to be at the cost of white people. It doesn't mean that I have to believe white people are beneath me. But if I ran around saying that white people came out of caves, therefore they're beneath me and can't do mathematics, that would be a little bigoted.
So that's not racist?
All bigots are racist. All racists aren't bigots.
Okay, so that ergo my point, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, if racist, we're talking about a racist, right? That means that you believe that whatever racial group you're a part of is supreme to other race groups.
Well, that's what the dictionary will tell you.
Right.
That by race you can determine a superiority.
Right.
But I've since changed my personal, based on what Ham said, because he's correct. When you look at the etymology of other words, pianist, physicist, it's more or less about a studied preference. Not just a preference, but a studied preference. It's preference based on study and expertise. Pianist, physicist.
But so you would agree that
you have a preference to be around a certain people, or you have a preference toward a certain race based on experience and study. Racist, but that doesn't say that you're applying any sort of value to one or another. That would be bigotry.
Right. That's fair. But according to definition purposes, just for the sake of the conversation,
okay,
it would be considered racist, right?
Bigotry, yes. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. To employ bigotry, you would need racism for sure.
So to John's point, if we were to assume,
1 second.
I mean, to be fair, John was assuming. I'm assuming.
We kind of all are, yeah.
Oh no, John was not assuming. Just in case that's what you meant, Freeze. Let me be clear. I am not assuming.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is, John, I'm not saying you're not sure in your viewpoint. I'm saying he didn't definitively say, if we lose the lives of black people at the hand of gun violence, it's worth, us having gun rights. He didn't definitively say black people, right?
No. Well, what you're doing, Fraser, is that's reconciliation. So that's where we start talking around it, because What other race do people talk about the lack of
John,
fathers
I'm
in here?
agreeing with you, John.
I agree, but you're agreeing, but you're not stating clearly. But I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if John, what I was going to, John, was if John was right, Aaron, would that mean that Charlie is a racist?
Yeah, potentially. That would be evidence that he's a racist, but not proof.
Okay.
Proof is definitive. Evidence is just some circumstantial existences that would support the idea of.
What proof do you need, Aaron?
Well, no, proof. So evidence that I said fuck you would be a picture of me giving you the middle finger. Proof would be me, hey John, fuck you. And then that's proof.
Actually, proof would have been you giving me the middle finger and saying fuck you, John. And that would also be evidence as well.
No, I could have been giving the middle finger to Freezy.
Well, no, well, he could have.
John, to call you out by name, that's proof. See, it's very definitive.
Right. It's also conflation and contortion, and we're being duplicitous. But I get what you're saying nonetheless. Charlie Kirk is duplicitous in his actions.
No, I'm not saying that it's not duplicitous. There's room for speculation. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying there's something that's 100% confirmed, and there's another thing that a conclusion can be drawn.
Right. That's where we invite conflation into the conversation.
Well, there's room
minus that.
There's room for conflation.
You're right. There's room. Why would we deny it?
No, I agree with you.
Agreed.
I'm just saying there's room for conflation to enter the room, but I'm not inviting it. I'm acknowledging that there's room for it, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying it wasn't clearly stated. It was a roundabout way. But yeah, you can make it. So when we talk about making inferences, you can make the inference based on the circumstances of what you're saying is true. However, it wasn't stated definitively.
But Aaron,
because it was equivocal. And that was his point. John, he was trying to be equivocal. Go ahead, Freezy.
No, that's the point that I was making the whole time. It's never going to be clearly stated. It's always going to be ambiguous. It's always going to, you know what I'm saying? This is
and equivocal. Yes, Freezy.
That's the difference between the game of politics and the game of science. And the game of politics has to play that game.
Yes.
Because all politicians, right, to answer your question, Freezy, earlier, all politicians are going to be racist. But the one thing that's going to supersede their racism is their capitalism. They're all going to be driven by capitalism. Mm-hmm. And the best way to get to the dollar bill is to be able to influence the exchange between people. Whether it's political exchange, social exchange, economic exchange, you have to essentially play the arms race between people.
Yeah.
And that means you have to invite room for arbitrary or you know what I mean? Like this wishy-washiness. That's how the exchange is created. You can't be definitive.
Yeah.
Well, there has to be a this and that you play against.
Well,
in politics, you can't be definitive. That's why neither sides of the aisle are ever definitive. Ever. Can't do it.
Well, I guess my question is, what do we know racism isn't overt.
Right, exactly. That's it.
Yeah, and so this is that, right?
Yep, it's that.
And it gotta be roundabout. It gotta be inferred, right? You gotta find the subliminals, right?
Wait. Racism is not overt.
In the context of which Freezy presented, right? When you're dealing with politicians and when
within his context, okay.
Yeah, like they're not gonna say niggas ain't shit, right? The
Yeah,
closest
even David Duke played the game right when he
overt racism is systematic. Covert racism is systemic.
Yeah, like shithole country.
Right.
But you got to think about it. You got to think about it.
No, he said Africa. No, that was no implied. He made sure that Africa was known.
It was Haiti, but yeah.
It's because the thing is, white people live in Africa, right? Like you know what I mean? Like people can play the game with it is the point, right? That Freezy was making, right?
You got to look at it.
Everyone plays that equivocal card, and that's pretty much what he was hiding behind. Now, going back what was Aaron was saying, I have to say, I'll put it this way. Yes, there's room to invite it in here, but if you latch on to that, that's where the distortion comes into play, and you lose folks in the context on what's being discussed. That is the line that I'm putting into what Freezy is talking about. Yes, there is equivocal statements. There is inferences. You're going to have people making these statements where they say, hey, do your own research. But the problem is that if you don't know how to look for your research and what you're researching, you end up listening to what's being told. All right. Bottom line, Charlie Kirk was a racist. All right, it was proven he's a bigot as well. And you look at PragerU, also the Heritage Foundation and Turning Point USA are the largest congregations that you see now of this movement that is moving forward. But again, I got to drop it here. I got to get some rest here. I appreciate it, Hamp. Everyone, peace out. Catch up to you next time.
Big John, later, my man.
Be careful dropping it too. Good gracious.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, like, and I'm glad that we all came to this consensus. Being that we're on this point, it does bother me when people of my ethnicity, it's just like the point that you just said about shithole country, him, and then we talk about Africa, and then somebody might say, a white person might say, well, there's white people that live in Africa too, and then a black person would, that kind of tap dances with them would say, yeah, they're right. That doesn't mean it's racist. White people live, bruh, stop it. It's like, come on, man. Now you're just making the conversation more difficult. And then I hate it more. This is what I mean by I don't believe racism is bad to some degree. It would make me feel good if we could just get past certain points and not spend a whole hour on something that is apparently obvious, right? This is what JT said earlier. It's like who cares if he's a racist? Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I was saying I wasn't trying to I actually wasn't even trying to demonize the dude earlier, You know what I'm saying? Like, you have the viewpoint, whatever you want to have,
Yeah.
Fuck the ice. Let's get to the cake.
He got shot in the neck. And here's another thing, man. Elon Musk, dog. Elon Musk is a mother effer, dog, because that dude will allow anything on his platform.
Man, it made me sick to my stomach, man, to see how many people had that posted. The up close one. I was like, because I don't really, up until now, man, I don't even look at Twitter. Like, I didn't. But when I had to redo my whole account again. And when I said, this is how Facebook used to look. Remember when they used to have the beheadings and stuff like that?
Yeah,
they showed them. And I was like, this is crazy. This is sick.
Damn.
They made compilations about people celebrating it after he got shot in the neck. It was crazy.
But it's going to be, people going to get in the mud, bro. They're going to get in the mud. So, like I said, the way I look at it is that, and Hamp, you just said a couple of weeks ago, bro, you had did something where I think it was one of your Walk With Me segments where you were saying that it don't matter what we talk about, whatever going on here is always going to be the racial undertone. It's always there. I have a problem with people acting like they get, it's like they're, I don't know, man. You got people that they get surprised. It's obvious. This is what it is. Even when the man was doing what he was doing, you didn't have people coming out like, what we about to see from tonight on, he was a racist. That's all you're gonna hear. You're gonna hear people talking about he deserved what he get. You're gonna see some of the worst conversations that they're gonna have about this. When it still comes down to it, the things. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to read these super chat. I just wanted to, just on your point, dude. I don't know. They said he was white, black, whatever, right? But he said,
large.
Well, no. I'm talking about one of the super chats.
Oh, okay, my bad.
He said, no more white niceness. Repeal the 13th. He super chatted that.
Wow.
He's never shown his face or anything.
That's Imperious to do.
Imperious, yeah.
Yeah, so and just he'd be around in different zones.
Yeah, troll.
I've seen him the most chaotic.
That's what he brings to the table.
Well, yeah, and I'm kind of less on where the fact that he super chatted that is my overarching point. Stop playing with him because he ain't playing with you. And they were saying the same thing, JT. He a troll, he ain't serious. I don't know what you are if you super chat something like that.
Everybody serious.
Yeah, if we hypothetically you crash into that man, that's how I see him.
Yeah.
Ain't no way else. Oh, I was just playing. Hey, I'm not playing with you because you ain't playing with me. You know what I mean? So let me read these real quick. Ninja Cool with the 50 ball says freedom of speech is a double-edged sword. And shout out to Mr. Fantastic. Salute the Ninja Cool in the building.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
25. Salute. Reese with the $5 says, Hamp, remember the combo we had on Sunday? LOL. You never know, but don't worry. Mr. Williams Sherrill says you can be grafted back in, so I don't know. Don't be. That's another. Cali Bad with the $10 says William is telling you, like others, why he doesn't feel bad about what happened. That's the only reason why racism is being brought up. They're not pressed about our misfortunes. He ain't pressed about them. Reese for the $2 says RIP to Charlie. Nobody should kill for an opinion. Sean Brewer, what up, kid? With the $2 says this dude John ain't here no more. John ain't here no more. Sean, if he was here, I'll read it out. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, what is the minister? Excuse me, is the minister Farrakhan the R word? By this clown definition, he would be super R word. Yeah, I never thought otherwise. Sean Brewer with the $10 says most people didn't listen to Kirk, only sound bites and reels. Fact is, people hate the truth and want death of you. Just like Kevin Samuels. Free speech is getting hit. We at the 4-hour mark. Salute to everybody who extended this show. I'm gonna let Coach Ferg get in. We do some final thoughts. I think this was an awesome show. And we continue to assess this. Coach Ferg, what's goody?
What's up, Hamp, man? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing, man? Salute to y'all, man. Listen, man.
What up, man?
I'm officially the oldest dude up here today, right? So I'm gonna say this. I'm glad to see you niggas us talking, and this is what it's a great area right now, man. This is the prime time for the brothers who may have felt and believed that they had their opportunity. This is America's changing. I think he's a baby daddy too. He won't. I think it's a good law. It's a good opportunity for brothers with children. If you haven't had that relationship, it's a good time to try to get into that space. Oh, those things are going to be flushed out, and you're going to have to figure it out on your own as a man. Yes, there's going to be racism throughout your lives and your children's lives and their lives as long as 20 to 50-year-olds continue to fight about their feelings. There's opportunity for every man who shows footwork early in life. You can't get to 40 and say, I want to be a man starting out. You 10 years behind, 15 years behind. It's going to take you the time to put in the work and the skill. It's a lot of good single brothers out here, man. It's a lot of good brothers looking for an opportunity. Now's the time to take it. They're going to try to shut everything up to say, be a man. They're going to try to shut it down, but it's up to you right now to get into those slots. America's going to be different. That's why they're going and clearing out all these immigrants. It's going to be some jobs people go have to take that they may not want to take because they feel like they shouldn't do it at that age, but you got to start somewhere. I don't care from Florida to California, Chicago. Yeah, let these young men get a fresh start. And I would want to see every father have an opportunity to be reunited with their son. I don't care how old they are. That's a lot of young brothers' golden nugget that they missing, that connection to that father. So then you can realize why you act crazy or why you built 6'5" with a look just like your daddy. How many of y'all look like your daddy and act like your mama? Yeah.
I don't act like my mom, though.
I'm just saying, now you don't. Maybe you did. I don't know, but I'm just saying, now's a good time, man. Get into the space, man. The world will be here, and I'm going to shut up. The Olympics will be here in 2028. The world is coming with money. All these war-torn countries, those people going to look for a place to stay. And if you don't grab a hold of your state, you might have to be in a compromising position. Now's the time, man. It don't take about 3-4 years that everything will change for you, brothers. Don't think about no woman. Just think about getting the skill and compare yourself to the men of the world. We know what black folk do, man. We ain't leaving black folk. We all big nose, big lip people under the sun, man. But we got to find a way, especially young men going forward, man. I believe we can do it. You know, those that want to, those that don't, man. Y'all gonna have to go back and start over, figure it out.
Val, what up, man? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, man, we just gotta get over this. We gotta, buckle down, take care of us, keep moving up, keep moving forward, doing what we gotta do, and be the best that we can be. I'm 30. I just turned 30. I outlived my father. My father died to gun violence at 25. My grandfather was a big time nigga at one time, but he changed his life around and he was a mentor to the youth. He died at 62. I'm trying to make them proud. And the only way I can do it is stay focused, stay diligent, do what I need to do, and be respectful. I stay in Buffalo, New York, which is a totally segregated city. I'm on the east side. Me and my grandma worked hard. She became an RN. My grandfather was a Vietnam vet from Pensacola. He doing what he did. He worked hard. He created a family. I'm a part of that family. I'm holding this house down because he's passing away as we speak right now. He has Alzheimer's, and I'm protecting this household. I've been brought here from the hospital in this crib, and I'm here, 10 toes down, and I'm doing what I got to do as a man. And at the end of the day, you can only move a certain type of way. And the way that I'm moving is being a respectable, honest, truthful black man, according to my merit. You know what I mean? I got pulled over in Tonawanda. Tonawanda is the most racist place you should not get pulled over by. 5 white cops came up on me, but like I said, I was respectful. I didn't resist. I didn't do nothing. I talked to them with a respectable attitude and a respectable manner. They let me go. They let me leave the next day. They hit me with a DWI. I've been fighting that for ever since. But at the end of the day, they couldn't really put nothing on me. They couldn't. The charges ain't really sticking. But you know, we just move accordingly.
Well,
Man, shout out to your grandfather, man.
Yeah.
Also, I used to work in the nursing home for 5 years, taking care of Alzheimer's patients, bro. That's
I'm right there with you, man.
Val, listen. The charge is stuck, beloved.
I mean,
you just told me they let you out the next day.
No, not the next day. I'm not.
He did say that.
Not the next day. I went there, and then from there, they let me go because I corroborated with a toxicology, and they couldn't find nothing in my system or nothing like that. But I had to go to a treatment court, and they said that I don't have a problem or nothing like that. So I'm just going through the process right now, which is
Did they charge you with that though?
They put it on me, but
you finished
I gotta
treatment.
plead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You finished treatment. Did they remove it?
Not yet, because I'm still going
No, I'm
through.
saying at the end of treatment, will they exonerate you? Okay.
Yep.
The treatment was like a deference or something like that.
No, it was basically.
Did you pay a fine? Did you pay a
No.
fine?
What happened is he has the charge. If you finish his treatment and stuff, they'll dismiss it. They'll drop it. Yeah, so.
Now, see, that's the systemic part of it because he has to go through that. He didn't have to go through that because they really didn't find nothing on him, but they pushed him through this program. So, you know what I'm saying? To get into his psychology.
How much you have to pay for that program?
There's money. They want that money.
Oh, they want that money.
There's money. There's money that goes into the program, right? Which is the same difference, right? They take.
They get funds. They'll push brothers to that program more than they would any other race.
Yeah. Also, they found something in that toxicology. But I'm gonna call it. Roadblock. Any final thoughts? That Mac Herb is it, nigga.
Man, nothing that you say in this world should come back to you like that. Looking at the video, man, it kind of looked like he had on a vest and the bullet ricocheted up. Because if you can see his chest, it was like an impact on his chest. And then you seen the bullet go through his neck. Well, you didn't see the bullet go through his neck, but you seen the blood come out. So it looked like it ricocheted off his chest and hit his neck. His kids was there. So let's put that into perspective as well. No matter how you feel about somebody, what their views are, kids is innocent, right? And to see a parent go down like that, and to grow up to know that your father was assassinated in that manner, is jacked up. But that's all I gotta say, man. I wish this world was gonna get better, but it's gonna get worse. I just hope that everybody's prepared for it because it's coming.
JT.
Great conversation, man. Most definitely, bro. Yeah, whatever we do out here in this world, man, there's always going to be some form of consequences. So, it's always going to be something that comes with it. That's just what it is. Especially being into this thing called free speech. It ain't really free. You're going to have to give up some blood if you really you're going to stand down. You're going to stand 10 toes down on what you're saying or whatever you represent. So it's always been like this. We've had a lot of people that have been silenced, deleted through, was silenced through deletion. So we already know what it is when it comes down to it. However, racism ain't going nowhere. It won't. The funniest thing is that me as being a black man, every time I see a white man, I've always it's innate to me to say, perhaps he's racist, but I'm not concerned with it. I'm not concerned if he's racist or not. My concern is me. If I'm talking to someone, I work with a whole bunch of people that are non-black folks, and a lot of them are bigoted. So you're right. Iceman and Freezy, it is good that you guys had that back and forth because I got a chance to work out this thing too. Shout out to you too, Hemp, with the whole thing of racism. I think we do need to start changing the way that we talk about words because words do mean something, right? I would rather say that, yes, I am a racist, right? Or I do practice racism, but I have a different type of, what is it, denotation, a connotation for it because of what we have. And then we can talk about bigotry. We can talk about these things and we need to put those in because when we have conversations with each other, this is why you have people arguing so much too.
Thanks.
Because we don't actually use these words that we have in the proper context. But I'm gonna end it with that, man. I always enjoy, even when I'm in the clouds, man. I love this platform. I see what you're doing, Hemp. It's dope as hell, man. I see you, Iceman. You know what I'm saying? I see what y'all doing, man. And this is a movement. I ain't gonna even tell you that, no lie, bro. This is a movement right now, getting us to think. It's getting us to think, man. I appreciate you. And it makes me a better content creator too, bro. Shout out to my boy Freezy, same thing. Most definitely, man. That's it.
I appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you, OG,
yes, sir.
as always, man. Love is real, man. Freezy.
Perfect. Man, y'all know what? From me looking online since this Charlie Kirk situation, I've seen more white people. It's not even close. More white people celebrating his death than anybody. His own race. I'm talking about dancing and yeah, they celebrating. And obviously they lean more on the liberal side. But I really do think that white America has its own issues. White America is very much divided, very divided. And I'm gonna just leave y'all with this. Anybody that actually respects and believes in the words and wisdom of the Bible, I'm gonna just read. I'm not even gonna quote it for y'all. I just want y'all to read it for yourself. This is actually prophecy, man. Just read Matthew 12 and 26. Matthew 12 and 26. This is prophecy, and I'm gonna just leave it at that.
Freezy, you firing up the lives later?
A membership, VIP tonight, membership only tonight, man.
Yeah, membership only, man. Make sure y'all go Impress. I know Impress will drop the link. Like, share, subscribe. To Freezy, man. He got members only this evening. Grab the membership, tune in, man. You know what I mean?
I appreciate y'all.
For sure, for sure.
That's cool.
Impress. Did I see Impress? Oh, Zeke, drop the link, please. You know what I'm saying? I'm grinding, man. This is a great conversation, and there's a lot more to discuss. Same stuff, but there's so many nuances and opinions, right, that can be heard to frame the conversation several ways. So, salute to Freezy. That's one of my OGs. I appreciate him. You know what I'm saying? So make sure I go over there and like, share, subscribe for sure, man. Aaron.
Yes, indeed. Hamp, you did it again, bro. You did it major. I mean, this was a juggernaut panel.
Teamwork.
You came through, man, in a time where the community needs you. I mean, shit got funky today, and we had a great conversation. So, to that end, I'm going to leave you with the same 4 great philosophers, starting with DJ Hamp. We judge ourselves by our actions, but we judge each other, or we judge each other by our actions, and we judge ourselves by our intentions. And that leads me to the next philosopher, Confucius. That's exactly why we should never impose on others what we're not willing to impose on ourselves. And if all that goes awry, if you don't live by those 2 philosophers' advice, be prepared to follow the words of Marcus Aurelius, because you're going to be on a search for vengeance. And it's 2 graves, my man. At the end of the day, you don't go when you want to go. When you do go, you'll find you've gone. So keep going. So life's all about. The day you stop going, the day you stop growing, is the day you started dying.
Facts.
You know, this was an interesting conversation. It was definitely a teamwork, right? Because I didn't have a lot of information on the man, but I just saw it, and there was a couple of things that sparked my mind. Like, you know, biblically speaking is where I'm led by, right? But a lot of people are secular or lukewarm, you know. So I just look at things for what are tangible to most men. I was talking to my boxing coach today, so we're sparring and training and whatever else. And he's like, his wife is so into this stuff, right? And she's like, why you never like talk about this? Like he said, I am the most prepared I can possibly be. I know how to shoot, fight, trap, hunt. You know, I know how to do everything I could possibly do within my power. You know, he goes protects the border from time to time. He's a ranger, right? Or he was is
Border Patrol. Okay.
No, Army.
Oh, okay, Army Ranger. Yeah, he's suited and booted. You know what he do.
And he's like, so I've done the things that were within my wheelhouse to protect my family at times like these, just in case people get crazed, you know. And he started talking about hillbillies and etc. Right. And I think the number one protection is conduct and decorum. You know, sir, ma'am, everybody, right? I'm polite to people who generally polite to me. You know, I hold the door. You know, I'm vigilant over kids, regardless of what they look like. You know what I mean? And hopefully people reciprocate that as well. And when we go to the pool, a lot of men do that. You know, grab the kid. They'll see one of my 20 kids floating away and be like, "Oh, I think this is yours." You know what I mean? And then harden yourself. Us being out of shape is not the move. You know, people be talking that shit. They better not come to my door. Why? They're gonna run you around your living room 3 times. You know? So it's just so much that goes into it. So control what you can control. Hopefully it never comes to that because you're gonna get overrun. I'm just saying be as prepared as you can possibly be. If you never went hunting, try it. If you don't have a firearm, see if you can obtain one. If there's a boxing gym or MMA gym, go there. At the very least, test your might, right? And then the most important, just get in shape, right? Get on the treadmill or the stair climber, because shit gonna get real, real quick. And you think you got another day, and it actually happens the day before that day comes. So, and love your kids and love your woman, nigga. Get the fuck from outside. You old niggas, get you a wife. Okay?
One more time. One more time.
Yeah, they hear you. For the people in the back, Hamp.
They scared, Hamp. They running scared, man.
I DJ in the club. There's no more dance floors, all tables. I said, this shit is not fun. So, yo, man, shit interesting, bro. Shit interesting, man. Oh, last thing I wanted to say. the political sides, right? All my, I'm saying my, right? Just 'cause I appreciate these people, political pundits, right? That know a lot about the politics that edify me, right? It's so one-sided. That's problematic. If these people are supposed to be working for us, but we can't see them through the veil of them being a Republican or a Democrat, we doing ourselves a disservice for those people who participate in that shit. We should be thoroughly listening to what people are saying and either discard them or accept them regardless of whatever banner they flying under.
Yeah.
Right. And I just think when people are so into that, but you moving off a presupposition, how successful are you? You know, so I'm just thinking, man. I really appreciate y'all brothers. I love y'all brothers, man.
Shout out to Mr. Williams too, man. Shout out to Playboy.
Crazy ass.
Yeah.
He don't know. He don't know. Ain't no white man over there. You know what I'm saying? Nobody listening to that shit. Snaggle too fast.
He can't.
Hell nah, man.
You step off my Louisville, Kentucky brother, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, man.
Louisville, yeah.
Come on, man.
Where they find a white dude at?
He's a Cardinal fan, man. Take it easy on him.
Man still wear 3XT. He's talking about he got a white man. You gotta go. Yeah, Coach Fur, you go to visit Mr. Will, you got to take a time machine to his house.
Brother Will, he looked like he weighed about 168. He wearing 3X shirts. Y'all silly, man.
Nobody study Mr. Will. Hey, man, go see Freezy about to go live. VIP special, man. Get you
boy.
I mean, Old Black Man Unfiltered, What We Know podcast, man. Coach Ferg be over there, JT, feel me? You know, me and Aaron rock out every Monday, Most High willing and all that.
Yes,
and
sir.
my young OG Vel, man, go to them classes, nigga. You heard?
Got you.
Right? And don't go smelling like Mac Urbison. Okay? That's the key. That's what got you there. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Join the Discord. It's Toxic Thursday tomorrow. And we out.